What's up, guys? How's it going? Let the twerking commence. Amy, thank you for the gifter to Jonah Isaac. Welcome, welcome. Now I have access to bonus content. Thank you. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Good to see you guys. Hope everyone's staying safe, staying healthy. Hospital records, question mark? What do you mean? You want my hospital records? Or do I owe you some? Joe's like my personal brand of heroin. I got you, bro. Non-habit forming. Well, actually, that's not true. Work it, twerk it. How are you guys doing? Hope you're doing all right. I'm doing good though, honestly. I don't know. Yeah, I guess this Earth realm is, oh shit. It's chaos. I just dropped a bottle. Never actually been to catch stream, so I can. Yeah, good to see ya. Basically, we chill for a little bit, let people roll in, and whenever you're ready, we're gonna be recording some cult-related stories. Learn how to catch a cult. Cult-vid-19. Yeah, how are you guys doing? Anything cool? Did you have a good weekend? No, they are a purveyor of excellent drum and bass, and you have a really good taste in genre. I didn't know if you were familiar with... Oh, okay. You're all nervous. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... I'm sorry. Sometimes I see random words on my screen, and I think I just be saying shit. But I haven't heard of Hospital Records as far as drum and bass goes. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot of the drum and bass group names or anything like that. I literally just type in drum and bass into like Liquid DNB into YouTube, and then I just get shit. This one's called Backspin Dub. Watched a ton of football on the Bud fight. What's the Bud fight? Bum fights? Bum fights is back. I wonder if MMA would ever support that. Maybe Joe Rogan, once like the comedy mothership fails, he can turn it into a bum fight arena. Just pull everyone off the streets of Austin. Expect the voice to come to fall asleep when you speak back to... Oh, no worries, dude. I got you. It's time for nighty night. We will rub your belly till you are in dreamland. Kimbo Slice was in UFC. That was a crossover episode. Yeah, that's hilarious, actually. Rest in peace, Kimbo. Los Angeles is worse than Austin, Texas, no lie. I wouldn't be surprised. What's that one place? Death Row. What's it called? Fentanyl Row. The comedy mothership already is bum fights on stage. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen like a good stand-up comedy thing in like a while. Hey Liz, yeah, missed you too. What's poppin'? What have you been up to? Hopefully not. Hopefully you have a whole family now. You have 5 kids, a husband who's 41, and things are going good. You want my social security? My shitty shishi. The bum fights aren't funny. Well, they weren't meant to be funny. It's gladiatorial arena. Come on. Hey Joel. Hey shisters. Hey sisters. The one guy in the wheelchair is pretty funny. I'm not sure it's considered stand-up comedy. I never heard him. Honestly, is that where they do Kill Tony? Where do they do Kill Tony? Is that in that's in New York, right? Tickling the ears. Detroiters. I still haven't finished Detroiters. Such a good show. And if you haven't seen Friendship, it's also a good movie. It's a little bit weird in the sense that it feels like it's everybody's trying to be serious in it except him. but at the same time, it just works, and I like it. Because it's kind of just like Tim Robinson. It's just a continuation of Tim Robinson and all of his other skits. Detroiters, I don't know. They just type Detroiters every stream, and I like it. It's a good show. I wanted to be a stand-up comedian-based joke that I can't walk properly and use a cane and can't stand up for more than a few minutes, but then realized that was the only joke I had. That's all right. I mean, I'm sure the jokes will come to you with time. You just have to run after it. Just kidding. What did I have for dinner? What did I have for... Oh, I had like chicken stir fry bullshit. I ate with the fam today. What's up, Beth? How goes it? This here's God tier. I don't like throwing that term around loosely. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I mean, the streams, they just kind of are what they are. Everybody kind of gets used to it. I know it's never going to be like a world-renowned sensation. I know my takes on things are never going to be like too wildly insightful. But they just simply are what they are. I'm like your coworker that you went back to go get your like stinky eggs and chicken out of your Tupperware in the break room, and I'm just in there for a little bit. Well, 4 or 5 hours because I'm kind of hiding from the boss. Living life, just ate some soup. Hell yeah, dude. My break room is a closet on the outside deck area. It's awesome. I'm in there right now, waiting for literally anybody to come in. Reminding the world that there's still normal people around is handy, though. Most of us live in the realm of not extreme takes. Yeah, I got some of that. I got some negative feedback and stuff, but, I don't know. I think it's good to have conversations and not shoot each other. Don't do that. Pam, thank you for the 10. Very, very kind of you. How's Pradeep? He's good, honestly. Oh, I see him. He's chosen like a random like area on the far end of the couch as his new hanging spot. Don't know that autotune comedian? No, I haven't heard that. Who's that? What did I do this weekend? Yeah, what did I do? Watched a lot of football. Hung out with friends. Today was fun. I, met with a friend to go on a walk and then go to like a little brewery, have a bit of a drink. Probably had some of the best cider I'd had in a while. That's definitely my go-to drink. And then after that, met up with fam I met up with my dad to go play Frolf, Frisbee golf. Do you guys ever play that? It's not the most infuriating sport in the world, but it's definitely up there. And, but my technique was to like do an overhand tomahawk throw. And I noticed that whenever I did that in a specific angle and arch, it would kind of curve downward and then like kind of even, like almost do a downward turn. But it usually stayed pretty straight, So that was kind of sick. Normal is boring. There's a lot of unique people in the world. We're all a little different. True. Let's keep it boring. Conversation. How are we going to come to understand each other even if we disagree? 100%, you know what I mean? But a lot of people, I don't know. Fucking crazy, man. Genuinely very strange to like see the internet more recently. Just like how, I don't know. Like how they can justify violent actions. Like the justification of a violent action on the potentiality of a violent action is just like so abstract to me. But I guess I can't, I'm never going to be able to wrap my head around somebody else's mind unless they talk to me, and if people don't want to talk, then that's on them. That's the spirit of division. Yeah, I really don't want the spirit of division coming into this nation, but it's clear that it's amplifying. But at the same time, maybe it's not. Maybe we just like more, leveler heads have to prevail. And that's all we have to be is a more leveler head, I remember posting that comment from the last live stream where someone was like, go die. Go die. Oh, forget, like literally the shit that I'm saying right now, like pretty, I don't know what you want to call it, like pretty middle of the road non-extreme, and it's like, go die. It's just like, Jesus Christ. And then I post that on my story, and then I get messages from someone saying, like, one was funny. It was like, well, he was a piece of shit. And it's just like, all right, whatever, man. Yeah, kill everyone you don't like. Go ahead. That's your prerogative as a psychopath to do whatever you want. But then somebody else was like, just stick to your little stories, Joel. I thought that one was kind of funny. My little stories. I'll have you know, some of these stories are over 10 minutes long, and they take a while. These stories are of average length. When we stop talking is when violence happens. Yeah. And I think maybe, I think a lot of people maybe just don't really have the capabilities to talk, perhaps. Maybe that's it. Carol with the 2 says, I'm new and I've been binging your content. Thanks. Thank you, Carol. Good to see you. Thank you for binging. Thank you for hanging out and the donation. Am I theistic? What's theistic? Is that like just a believer of like a higher power? 5 inches or 5 minutes? Maybe they meant go dive. Maybe that was it. Maybe they were like encouraging me to go like get scuba gear and go find Jimmy Kafka's body in the bottom of the New York River. My witchy voice. Take those comments as desserts after listening to the stories. Yeah. Divided population easier to control. Agreed, honestly. Annoys me when someone implies your political opinion because you could stick to your day job. Everyone who can vote should have a political opinion, hopefully a well-informed one. Right, I mean, I don't give a fuck, you know what I mean? Whatever. Believe whatever you want. Do not care. I'm just gonna make my bag. Did you ever get someone here that wrote a story you read it at the same time? Yeah, sometimes it seems like people are like, oh, this is mine, thank you. Or in the comments or something. Kimmy Kafka. This is AI. Dude, I don't know. I'm just saying shit. But this is not AI, I promise. Anal intelligence. What's up, Lynn? Joel, do it giggle. Every time I giggle, it jiggles. What's up, Welt? Do you ever get stories from the perpetrator's perspective? I have, but that has gotten me into some trouble upon airing it in one circumstance. Joel's day job is literally sharing dozens of stories about human psychology. Maybe it's not actually that insane that he might want to comment on human psychology. But yeah, I mean, we dig into a lot of like crazies on this channel. So I guess I'm not too surprised whenever the crazies present themselves based on a more rational approach. Based on the traction of the comments in your recent video, you should start a scary political channel. Dude, I'm just not equipped for that. Like, I guess you get desensitized towards, like, negative feedback to a certain extent, but I just really don't, you know? That's not the realm that I want to exist in, because eventually one day you become a more grandiose threat to something way bigger than yourself. And you might never know. Hey, fellow butters. I apologize, I'm not as social or annoying as usual. I had a big event today, I'm a little fried, love and shit. No worries, Justin, thank you for the 5. Good to see you. I'm glad you had a productive day. It's good to stay busy. What did Joel have for dinner? Eating lobster tempura covered. Ooh, that sounds nice. Yeah, I mean, it was just, I was saying some chicken stir fry and a little football. You don't want to be president? Nah, dude. I think you have to be, like, chosen long ago to be president. I mean, subjects of cults is the theme, so sadly people drive to do bad things by group dynamics is on topic for sure. Yeah, it's weird, though, like, whenever people can't seem to, like, perceive their ego or their identity as, like, potentially any sort of parallel to the same thing they accuse others of being, you know? And I think that's honestly what it comes down to in a lot of ways. A lot of people just seem like they talk about empathy all the time, but they seemingly have no ability to sort of self-analyze and like therefore put themselves in somebody else's perspective. And even more powerful than that, not create assumptions of them, but just like have a discussion, which I'm open to do all the time, you know. But who knows, maybe discussions are a dangerous thing to the desires for chaos that some people have. Came here to escape the BS. No worries, dude. Good to see you. I think BS will follow us wherever we go. How has the reception of the Saturn Soul channel been now that it's been a while? You know what's crazy? Did you see how good the latest video did? I think you guys said that you like hyped it up or whatever. There's like a hype button for like channels less than 500,000. And, Wart. Sorry, I missed that, Mercenary. Good to see you. Yeah, that video, dude. Okay, let's go look, actually. I don't know, the feeling that I get from that, like actually seeing it grow for once, or like organically get views, that's like a feeling I hadn't felt in like a long time for channel growth in general. Yeah, dude, this is insane to me. So the most sadistic cult in American history, right? The Ripper cult, on Saturn Soul, my true crime channel, has 72,000 views. That's like so cool because, you know, some of the other ones like really didn't even break 10,000, which isn't bad, but I don't know. Really hope the break this cycle breaks. Yeah, I guess it's just up to us. I mean, I should just stay on task, huh? It's giving Appalachian video view. It's giving, yeah. It's giving virality. But yeah, I think just like the perfect mixture of like, that's what you need a lot of the times is like a title that plays off of, like, especially when it comes to like documentary style stuff. You need a title that's interesting, and then like something about the thumbnail kind of like bounces off. They have to bounce off each other. So if I look at the thumbnail first, it catches my eye. It says the Ripper cult. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I'm like, and it says the most sadistic cult in American history. And I'm like, okay, I'm clicking it, you know, and now you're in. But if you see the title first, the most sadistic cult in American history, and then you look at the thumbnail and it says the Ripper cult, it's like they bounce off each other, and that's kind of like the psychology you kind of need to hit perfectly. Do it for the culture. I'm taking yeah, actually these are about cultures that I'm collecting. Oh shit, it's time to read, huh? How do I hype yourself? Honestly, I don't really know how it works. I just know that channels smaller than 500,000 can get hyped or something of that nature. Wait before you start. Okay, I'm waiting. Read your little stories, bruh. I know, it's such a cringy thing to say, and it's like, I get it. But it's like, what's so fucking... Like, why would you want to, like... I mean, even the message was like me speaking against like political violence, which if people are not dumb, they can realize how quickly that can escalate to, I mean, I don't know, authoritarian responses, you know, an extension of, you know, the police state, all that kind of shit, or, you know, violence in your own neighborhood. And for some reason that was like a threatening to that person's ego, I suppose. I don't know. Very strange. But I guess that's the only tactic that people have when they just like don't want to hear any sort of challenge to themselves, is they just tell you to shut up. Shut up, you stinky. Read these little stories now. Okay, we'll do it. Chenier, one of those Natural Geographic things where a lion just annihilates an elk. Yeah, I'm just like doing very calming narration while it's like very really graphic, like eating its guts out of its asshole first type video. There's so many things to do other than troll or harass people online, and wish more people would explore those options. I mean, that's the point where I'm just like, maybe a lot of people are just like bots. Maybe it's not like real things. Maybe like there's also aspects where they just like employ bot activity on the internet to kind of like generate the perception of reality in the way that they would desire it to be perceived. Yeah, dead internet theory style. For anyone who loves strange, weird, funny, then mysteriously dark ARG-focused stories with big secrets, coming up in parts 2 and 3. Oh, sorry, yeah, what was your first? Oh, yes, so Ollie works with the No Sleep Podcast. For No Sleep Podcast, oh, fuck. Oh, my God, I forgot I was supposed to actually record 2 things for them. I'm a total idiot. Holy shit. That was actually due today, and I, like, did not even think to do it today. I'm such an idiot. Wow. Anyways, No Sleep Podcast season pass subscribers. So you have to subscribe to hear part 1 of 3, but me and Joel have our first full-length collab on the No Sleep Podcast today. For anyone who loves strange, weird, funny, then mysteriously dark ARG-focused stories with big secrets coming up in parts 2 and 3. Yeah, it's a fun story. I can get a couple days extension. Yeah, I'm sorry. I totally spaced on that one. What if I was arguing with bots? That might be the case, dude. Maybe I'm just a big dumbass, just like getting baited. What if this whole channel is just all bots, and this is just to keep me busy because I got nothing else going on? What's up, Holly? Good to see you. You were on the No Sleep podcast today? Like, you were reading something, or you were listening to it? How do you self-test to see if you're bot? I don't know. You're going to have to look under your skin. Just kidding. Yeah, and you have to click that check mark. CAPTCHA test. If I was a bot, my back wouldn't hurt, so I'm pretty sure I'm a bot. It now comes with back pain. The newest robot, sex bot. What if your family and friends taunted you by saying that just read your little stories anytime you got into a disagreement? Oh, that'd be so funny. I would love that, actually. Just read your little stories. That actually sounds very familial. Do people flood your email or DMs with hate? No, not really, no. Honestly, honestly, people were pretty usually like 99% chill and nice. But if there is any sort of negative sort of whatever, I'm just like not engaging with it for sure, because what's the point? Just like feeding a demon. What's up, Bri? Good to see you. It's like, hey, I get love only. It's a love only stream. All right, enough yapping, even though there'd be much more left. So I've been a listener for a couple of years, and it was my kids who got me into you. They know that I'm a big true crime and weirdness buff, and sent me one of your Appalachian videos. And from that day I was hooked. My girls keep harassing me to send you a story of my own, and I was always thinking, well, I never got stalked along the Appalachian Trail, or kidnapped from a Walmart car parking lot, or flying kicked by a homeless bum, so what can I share? And then they said, well, Mom, weren't you in a literal freaking cult in school? And hey, yes, I was. Maybe it's not as glamorous as that makes it sound, but I did go through an absolutely crazy, terrifying, unusual incident when I was at boarding school. So, I wasn't the best kid. My parents didn't really know what to do with me. I got into buttloads of trouble in middle school, and then the first year of high school was absolutely hellish. And looking back, I was incredibly grateful to my parents that they didn't just ship me off to some kind of military camp or allow me to end up in juvenile hall. Now, I don't want to go into the bullcrap that I got up to, but it wasn't anything you'd hate me for. I was just a little bratty who wanted to rebel against all the things teenage girls are supposed to be, so being rebellious, I was. And the compromise was to send me off to boarding school for 1 year, and obviously I hated it. I was expecting my peers to be a bunch of loser nerds who studied hard, played little, and made me look bad. And well, damn, I could not have been more wrong. Whoops. Boarding school. I wonder if boarding school... Anybody here ever been in boarding school? Joel's little stories. Yeah, that'll be my, shorts channel. Little story YouTube shorts. Have you watched any movies lately? I started to watch that movie, Hard Eyes. And, I ran out of food, within 5 minutes and immediately got bored. It's so bad. As soon as food... honestly, I always tell myself that. I'm like, okay, if I still want to watch this movie, even after I'm out of food, then I should probably watch it. But if I get into it... And there was just, something lately about, horror movies that are comedic. They kind of just make me cringe. You know what I mean? It's the writers know how to do gratuitous violence, but their like perception of this like dark sense of humor, it just feels like it's written and directed by the same person for all like 100 modern Lord films, you know what I mean? Or modern films. And I don't know. I don't like it. I want to like a horror movie. I like when horror movies take themselves seriously. And I get a little bit of like humor there, maybe even, but it's like, unless you're like absolutely iconic with the horror that you introduce into that dark world, it just feels cringe as shit. You know what I mean? Am I going to yell at you tonight? No, I promise I won't. No lectures from me. Maybe one or two. Those are the best horror movies. I don't know. I just don't vibe with it. Yeah, keep your little funnies. Just do your little horrors, okay? No, personally, but my mother did. She really enjoyed it, but there were lots of preppy people. Oh, okay, interesting. I wasn't sure if it was one of those ones where everybody comes from like poor families kind of thing. My sister got sent to boarding school as a kid and got expelled. She's always been the black sheep. Yeah, damn. Did you need to see The Invitation 2015 Excellent Psychological Invitation? Oh yeah, link me to that. Don't mind seeing it, or I would like to see it. Okay, sorry. Well, damn. I could not have been more wrong. Well, damn. I could not have been more wrong. On my first day at St. Jimmy's, not the real name, just a little Green Day reference for you, I soon realized that I was a very small fish in a pond full of piranhas. Now these kids, they knew how to be troublemakers, and I was honestly humbled. Any sensible kid would have kept their head down or maybe begged their parents to come pick them up, crying that they'll be good, I promise, just don't make me stay here with these lunatics. Me? No. I wanted to impress these guys. And when Laura, a absolute terror in my class, threw a chair and broke the window, I didn't want to avoid her. I wanted to be her friend. And when Brianna smuggled a townie boy into our dorm and, well, pretty much effed him, I didn't want to turn a blind eye to that. I wanted to help her cover it up. And when Chantel wanted to slash the tires of our math teacher's car for giving her a deserved bad grade, I wanted to make sure that she actually got away with it. I was desperate to please these girls and desperate to be their friends, and they barely even noticed me. Only one of them did, my only real friend at the time, Noelle. One day I confessed to her that the others were almost like a cult. I said that there was something about them that just commanded loyalty and admiration, and it reminded me of all the cult things that I'd read about. I've been kind of obsessed with it, in fact. Noelle looked at me very funny and said, "You know why that is, yeah?" And I didn't, so I asked her. And that's when she told me. They were a cult, and they even worshipped a certain god older than time that she daren't even... Daren't or daren't? That she daren't. Pretty much effed him. Pretty much effed him. I pretty much have effing F tonight. What's up, Vince C? How we doing? You guys remember the nipple arrow scene from Wrong Turn? I don't know. Did it come out of his nipple? Can I dress up as the astronaut in your videos for Halloween this year? Is it a registered trademark? Like, I do need permission to use it. Disney will sue you. They own my soul, so they'll find you. No, I'm just kidding. You should do it. Do it and tag me, faux show. Is the movie Weapons good? I heard it was good. I still haven't. That's what I was supposed to watch, bro. Why the hell didn't I watch that? I was like looking for something to watch and I totally forgot about Weapons. You watched it twice. Nice, dude. They were a cult, and they even worshipped a certain god older than time that they daren't say... Okay, I gotta hear how to say daren't. Daren't. They daren't say the name. Weapons was fantastic. Daren't. Oh, it is daren't. What the hell? What the helly? You need stories? Yeah, send some stories in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. As many as you can. We need to get as many as you can. Daren't. Is the new Conjuring? Oh yeah, there's a new Conjuring. Damn, it seems like you can't go wrong with horror movies. Just pump out one of those. They seem to be the only ones with like low entry costs and still can make a lot of money. They were a cult, and they even worshipped a certain god older than time that she daren't name even. And if I promised not to tell anyone about it, anyone at all, she'd get me into their next meeting. Now, I didn't believe in ancient gods and all that kind of stuff, of course, but I did believe in the power of human persuasion and hysteria, and even as a teen I was fascinated by it. I was fascinated by the way people manipulate others and the concept of sociopathy and narcissism and peer pressure. I was also the biggest stan of The Craft, a movie that my parents swore was the reason that I'd gone all wayward. Now, it wasn't, but I did still love it. So how could I turn down the opportunity to join these girls and try to get an insight into what could be the very beginning of an honest-to-God cult? And so I nervously followed Noelle out of her dorms and out of our dorms. Older than your mom. Is that a mom joke? Making fun of her age? Y'all mama's so old. I feel like that wouldn't even really be that offensive. Like, moms are allowed to be old, right? You walked out of the remake of Evil Dead. Oh, in the cabin. Yeah, I vaguely recall the more recent Evil Dead being kind of stupid as hell. So I nervously followed Noelle out of our dorms in the middle of the night, avoiding our one teacher, the night monitor. So I nervously followed Noelle out of our dorm in the middle of the night and avoided the night monitor. And then we snuck barefoot across the grass to the old caretaker shed, which somehow Laura had the key for. I stepped inside to this sort of mix of incense, candle wax, and underneath all that, the obvious smell of weed. The other three girls were handing out a joint, giggling, and they were sitting around a book that sat open in the center of the shed with 2 spaces from me and Noelle. Now, long story short, the girls told me that they were acolytes of a demonic presence called Anti-God, and they called themselves the Sisters of Sleep. Now, if this sounds familiar to you already, bear with me because, yeah, the thing you're thinking of is exactly where they got it from. I hope it's not a spoiler at this point to reveal that it wasn't really an apocalypse cult, and we weren't really serving any type of anti-God. Noelle and I sat around the circle and they rambled on about the Sisters of Sleep and how we had to do what anti-God commanded us to. The first task was that I had to cut my hand and drip my blood onto the sacred text that lay in front of us. They said the book took different forms of whoever looked at it, and the book that we saw before us would shape our future. I guess for me it was a copy of Jane Eyre. Oh my gosh. Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre. Do I believe it was an inside job? I don't know. I heard some people saying that there was like a random like shell company plane that like left out of Utah and then turned off their radar system so they couldn't be tracked. It was like 15 minutes after the assassination, so I was like kind of like, maybe something's weird going on there. I don't know if you guys know anything about it. Jane Eyre. Daniela and Oxy, what's up, guys? Jane Eyre, okay. Jane Eyre, thank you. Sir, yes, sir. Okay. Going as far as say he's faked his death. I mean, I don't know. I believe in conspiracy theories, but they got to be like reasonable, you know, to a certain extent. Like it's always, what's the old Latin saying of like Q bono or whatever, Q boner. I forget, but it's like who benefits kind of thing. And then you just, I don't know. Who does benefit is a great question. Now for me, it was a copy of Jane Eyre. And now to this day I've never read Jane Eyre. And so I actually cut my hand and bled onto what I'm sure was the school library book of this Jane Eyre. And then Chantel made a big display of throwing her head back and rolling her eyes back into her head. The anti-god was speaking through her and telling her the task that he had for us next. Noelle leaned in. The moon isn't real. I remember hearing, it was on the Y-Files or something like that, or maybe it was the Danny Jones podcast, I forget, but it was like the moon was some sort of creation from like beings that existed on Mars a long time ago, and it's like a big hollow, basically monitoring system. But at the same time, the moon is one of those weird sort of like, and I remember the Y-Files guy was saying that there was some cultures in history that talked about a time during Earth where there was no moon. Like it was just at nighttime it was dark and then there was the sun. And that when the moon showed up, it like stabilized our like our axis or whatever, and like our wobble. And so the weather on the Earth, like it basically created the seasons. Sounds like a Wi-Fi's episode. The moon is to harvest our fears. Interesting. Harvest our fears. I mean, I guess that's an interesting kind of parallel or whatever. So it's like a spiritual thing. What's up, buddy? Popping in to show some love. Thanks, Scotsman. Good to see you. That was Wi-Fi Awesome channel. That's AJ. Yeah, I love AJ. He's awesome. What does my mom think the sun is? I don't know, man. She's probably doesn't spend too much time staring at it. Maybe a little bit. I never really taken notice. Am I leaving you once the gym takes off? No, bro. Gyms are a fucking terrible idea. Don't do any of that. Talking about evil magical zombies today. That's awesome. What's up, Iris? Can't stay, just stop by to say hi. Have a great week, guys. Thanks, Iris. Good to see you. Did you miss any stories? No, we're just kicking it. What's up, Caden? Noelle leaned in and whispered that this was totally normal. Now, of course, I wasn't a complete moron, so I wasn't buying any of this. I knew it was some display the girls were putting on, some kind of play acting. But here's the important thing. They were including me. These cool, edgy, outcast, badass bitches were bringing me into their inner circle. And let me tell you, acceptance and trust is more powerful than any demonic ritual or cursed copy of Charlotte Bronte. Charlotte Bronte. Charlotte. There's some good philosophy in this story, though. I like it. Charlotte Bronte. Why would he fake his death? I don't know. I'm not really a proponent of that theory at all. I have no idea. It looked pretty fucking serious. Someone said that there was like a shooter off to his like right or something, and that the guys behind him were like doing hand signals and shit. That popped up in like schizogram stuff. Not saying it's true, folks. Not saying it's true. Just saying I saw it pop up. Interesting stuff. Weird stuff. Oh, Hecklefish. Yeah, I love Hecklefish, bro. I need a Hecklefish plushie. Miss Rage, welcome back for 7 months. Good evening, Joel Pradeep and the Buttersock Gang. Love you guys. Love you too, Miss Rage. Good to see you. Thank you. And let me tell you, acceptance and trust is more powerful than any demonic ritual or cursed copy of Charlotte Bronte. Oh my god, that's a tough one. And let me tell you, acceptance and trust is more powerful than any demonic ritual or cursed copy of a Charlotte Bronte novel. The diabolical act that anti-God wanted the Sisters of Sleep to do next was to key the principal, Dr. Lanahan's car. The diabolical act that the anti-God wanted the Sisters of Sleep to do next was to key the principal, Dr. Lanahan's car. I wasn't at all surprised when, speaking through Chantel, anti-God decreed that I, the new girl, should be the one to do it. The others wanted to test my loyalty to their group, of course, and hell, I'd done worse things than key the principal's car in my time. What was the worst? What was the worst that could happen? I'd get kicked out of a school that I didn't want to attend anyway? But I didn't get kicked out. I keyed her car that night, accompanied by Noelle, who kept watch, and she told me to write "The Sleeper Awakens" on the door. And I got as far as the sleep before we saw a flashlight beam in the distance and realized that we had to run before the security guard found us. The next night, back at the hut, speaking through Laura this time, decreed... The kitty merch. Yeah, it's good stuff. Cornbread's rad. Yeah, I love cornbread, bro. Cornbread and some fucking nice chowder, some stew. What the hell am I trying to say? Oh God. Do you ever like trying to force your brain to think of something so fast you end up just like losing it? It's like trying to whip out your wiener in public and it just flies off. What did Stephen King do? I have no idea. He's just honestly spinning. I mean, at this point, it's like any writer. Like, you're going to be bored. You're like, all right, you know what I should do? Get on Twitter. Apparently, they don't like the things he say on Twitter. Red or green grapes? Green gapes. I love green grapes. Green grapes, my favorite snack. If I may be the purveyor of irresponsible speculation and hearsay, apparently at least one thing I've heard was that it was like a 12-person deep Antifa orchestrated thing. That's probably BS. Antifa, yeah, I don't really know about Antifa. They don't really seem like the most capable bunch to pull off some sort of strange ritual of sorts. I lost my soda. There she blows. Mega, welcome back for 43 months. That cornbread better be slathered in butter and honey. Just saying, oh my God, so good. Good to see you, Mega. Where you been? Thank you. Did I have a big day today? Nah, not really. It was good, though. Definitely socially active, which felt nice. What's up, Kathy? Anyone else's chat glitchy or just me? Look what you guys did. You got my chat all glitched. Talking about conspiracy theories, and now I'm all throttled and shit. You got my wire tapped. I haven't seen The Craft. I need a good chick flick film. That's what I need. Is that good? The Craft, is that a chick flick film? Mean chicks. Am I socially active? It's important you tell me the truth. This is about your health. Yeah, I'm pretty socially active, honestly. It's definitely within like the same kinds of circles. I don't know, I feel pretty good, honestly. Life is good. I'm living it. I'm eating it. I'm gonna have lemon cream pie for dinner, I think. Hell yeah, dude. Wonder if you just like mix lemon cream pie with, like if you had like shepherd's pie that has like meat in it. Would that be disgusting? I know you're not supposed to eat them all together, but just think about it. Like it's all gonna mix and turn into shit in your stomach anyways. So just throw it all together in one go. See what happens. Did I watch the fight yesterday? I have not. No, I don't really watch UFC stuff or boxing or whatever. I mean, I like it. I like seeing highlights. I just don't really follow it like I used to when I was a young lad. Which is worse for you guys, Sunday or Monday? I like all the days, honestly, at this point. You ever work out at your gym and tell the ladies you own it to rizz them up? No, I don't. I mean, they would know who I am and stuff like that, but I don't really use it as like a point of whatever. It's like, if someone likes me, they like me. If they don't, they don't. There's really nothing beyond that. Citrus mashed potatoes. That does sound kind of interesting. Guacamole is Mexican mashed potatoes. Ooh, dude, imagine that actually. Taking guacamole and mixing it into mashed potatoes? Interesting. You don't have to wake up early and go to a crappy job on Monday morning. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. Or do I? You guys don't know my secret life of working in a cubicle. What's my job, though? What do I do at that cubicle? Can you guys guess? Mashed taters with gravy. And then the next night, back at the hut, speaking through Laura this time, it decreed that the sleep would be enough, as it showed my devotion to the cause. The next task we had to perform in honor of our ancient god was to graffiti the first floor bathrooms, and this was our friend Brianna's job. This felt a lot less high stakes than what I'd been asked to do, but again, I was very aware that this was all play acting and we were just happy. Sonomi, what's up, dude? This felt a lot less high stakes than what I'd been asked to do, but again, I was very aware that this was all play acting and they were just testing me. Now, Brianna was told to write, "Send me home, bitches," on the bathroom wall, and I thought nothing of this at the time. A bunch of other incidents happened after that: vandalism, theft, pouring soap into the fountain, just a bunch of really, essentially silly pranks. The most dangerous or risky ones always seemed to fall on me, though, as the new girl. And the last prank before everything went to crap was Chantel drawing a wiener on the English class blackboard. Now, we had another meeting a few days later after that, and this time, Noelle channeled anti-God once again. Oh, oops. Finksy, what's up, dude? Excuse me, Mr. Letchery, we need more Skinwalker stories. This is true. I do need to do some, don't I? I do. Can't keep my days straight. No worries, Mega. Good to see ya. Throws back head and evil laughs to the sky. Lightning strikes behind me. That was a great visual, actually. Just got back from a massage and getting ready for dinner. Damn, massage. That sounds amazing. Someone give me permission to sleep. I need someone to override Justin when he reads this and states my permission to sleep is not granted. Strauss, permission to sleep granted. At you, soldier. Do I scare you, Misty? What do you mean? Am I Misty phobic? What's up, Sam? Why would I be Misty phobic? What did you do to scare me? Having a maybe are you too interested in old Joel? Curious about his lineage and DNA pack? Do I have to pray before you come in? Sometimes I'm like, guys, God, Lord, Jesus, protect me from this specific person in the chat. Instead of banning them, I decided to keep my enemies close. Just kidding. Still trying to get my pump on for the Fear Department shirt. Hell yeah. Is that your gym shirt? We definitely do need some more paranormal stories. I don't know why I'm so behind. Yeah. We had another meeting a few days later after that. Now this time, Noelle channeled anti-God. Once again, it was me who was chosen to perform the duty. Now, according to anti-God, I still had to make up for only writing part of the message on Dr. Lanahan's car way back. Now, I should note here that Lanahan had been absolutely fuming about the vandalism. Called a special assembly and everything, and if the culprit was found, there would be absolute hell to pay. Now, via Noelle, Anti-God told me that I had to blow up one of the chemistry labs. Now, hold on a second, I thought. This was escalating pretty quickly, and besides, I had no idea how to blow up a chemistry lab. That's okay, Laura said. Anti-God had pointed her to a book that would show me how to make an explosive using chemicals that I could find at the lab itself. How convenient. Now, I really didn't want to blow up the school, but, you know, the God said so. Scary videos tonight. Probably not, honestly. Love the new podcast. Does it feel different narrating those compared to this channel? It does. It's definitely a different vibe. faux show. It's like a different sort of just like professional tone, I guess. I've got a few I can send, paranormal stories that is, but they aren't super wild. Grew up in a house full of weird, mostly harmless but weird. Yeah, send them in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. But unfortunately, that's one of the more difficult aspects about paranormal stuff is finding ones that are obviously weird to the individual, where you're like, what the fuck was that? It's going to stick with you no matter what, but actually like keeping the interest of the audience, Do you know how to get the mostest, moistest, cakiest cakers ever? Are you talking about glute bridges? How do you get your cakes all moist like that? Just realized if I had written my story, you might have to read it for the middle of the night one you did a couple weeks ago. Well, that's all right. I mean, that's kind of how we find. You can just label it as such, and when you send it in, and it'll be easier to sort for people who dig through them. My army of 150,000 monkeys. I really didn't want to do this, and this was obviously too far to go for an imaginary cult that I didn't even slightly believe in, but just wanted to fit in. But these girls were so persuasive. They talked about things anti-God would do to me, but they were obviously talking about themselves. I don't even want to repeat them here, but these delinquents made it clear in no uncertain terms that if I didn't go along with their plan, they would do very, very bad things to me. And the next day, Noelle took me aside. She confessed to me that, of course, anti-God wasn't real, and the whole thing was a setup. It was, in fact, some crap that they'd gotten from a movie called Prince of Darkness that they'd all watched last Halloween. I still never watched that movie either. It's on the pile along with Jane Eyre. Am I watching anything new? I watched one episode of Demon Slayers. And that's pretty much it. That's all I got. I wasn't even paying attention. What did I do this weekend? Not dubbed. It is dubbed. I don't know. I like to hear the voice actors, honestly. I know people love the Japanese and all that, and it's like that's like the original energy or tone. But I just don't like sitting there reading subtitles the whole time when I'm trying to take in a show. Ever watch Shadowhunters? Never heard of it. Joe's an Empire to run. He's too busy. I know, right? Empire of shit. Have you ever watched From? What's From? You like the robotic dubs? I don't know. I mean, I like the idea of just like voice actors and like this is what they do, and I understand what they are, and I can understand their approach, I guess, from like an acting perspective. Yeah, voice actor nerds of America, baby, let's go. Now, granted, sometimes it's quite cringe, but it's still interesting. From is so good. Excited for next season. Interesting. What is it? Peacemaker. I don't know. Gabriella, hey Joel, tomorrow's my birthday. Hey, happy early birthday. You mean like tonight at midnight? We're gonna celebrate? You ever seen an episode of Berserk? Dude, okay, that's the one I need to watch, actually. I think that might be the one, because some people seem very obsessed with Berserk. Man, I need to be more of a weeb. Sometimes I wish I was trapped on an island and all I had was just the Netflix of animes available and a bunch of snacks. Maybe a gym. Maybe it's basically just my house and where I live right now, but I actually watch anime in that existence. Maybe like a gun to my head. A Gundam to my head. Goblin Slayer. I've seen 4 episodes of Attack on Titan. I've seen 4 episodes of One Punch Man. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. If it's not obvious yet, my enjoyment of anime is quite stifled. And it's not anything against anybody. It's just like, no. It just doesn't hit quite how it did when I was 21. It doesn't hit quite the way it did when I was, in elementary, middle school, high school, all that kind of stuff. And it's nothing against anybody. It's just I don't know. I'm literally old man Withers, yeah. I don't know. I'll try. Yeah. Fuck. Just never got into it, I guess. What do you mean? You don't watch anime every day of your life? I guess you're not a real fan. Maybe you shouldn't act either, because you don't appreciate the source material. Like you'd know. Gotta find your preference and what catches your interest. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess really anything that just takes itself a little bit seriously. Who knows, maybe I would get back into like actual Gundam stories, because those were always kind of like very politically driven, interesting. Help. I binge anime, it's the only way I can find some good ones. I guess that's all you can really do, is just keep casting a wide net until you land. Joel equals canceled. So, never mind, I'm not gonna make a bad joke there, but I won't. Okay. The next day, Noelle took me aside, and she confessed to me that, of course, anti-God wasn't real, and the whole thing was just some setup. It was, in fact, some crap that they'd gotten from a movie called Prince of Darkness that they'd all watched last Halloween. I still never watched that movie either. It's still on the pile along with Jane Eyre and one other thing that you'll find out later. Now, I told her I knew, but that I really wanted to be friends with these girls. Noelle told me that's how it all started with her, too, and how she was essentially trapped, she felt. If she didn't do what they said, they had blackmail material on her that would not only ruin her, but shame her parents, and possibly even land her in jail. Now, we walked for hours that night, and with Noelle's guidance, decided that the only real course of action was to set the explosion in the chem lab. Oh my god. Well, I guess the only thing we can do is just blow the whole fucking school up. Everyone's interests change every 7 to 10 years, much like allergies. What if that's really all it is? Is all we need to do is develop some different allergies, and now we'll be into anime. They say men's brains fully develop at 30? Really? I thought it was like 25 or something. What does this stream explain to me? So like my channel, I like read scary stories, and then this stream is just me recording the stories on a separate microphone, but then also kind of like ADHD talking to the chat, because I've done this so many times that it's very boring if I just do it by myself. That's awesome. Thank you, Mike. Good to see you, big dog. Play a couple games with my kids. Excellent excuse. Heck yeah, dude. What's the point of having kids if you can't just like vicariously live out your childhood through them over and over again? Scream at them that they need to get into the Major League Baseball league. I used to be addicted to gaming, but I grew up and I don't have that urge anymore. It's bittersweet. I love gaming, but just change. Dude, I'm so jealous of my one friend. He's my age, right? I'm 35, and he fucking loves everything so much. He loves everything so fucking much all the time. He loves Expedition 33. He loves fucking Mario Kart. He loves fucking Donkey Kong Bonanza. He loves anime. He goes to the fucking thing to see the thing and says it's fucking incredible. He's like incredibly sociable with every individual he ever meets, and just like is enthralled with their existence, and like keeps a log of everything they do in his head at all times to be like perfectly, in sync with them, and is able to pull out the sociability of those individuals to an extent that I would never even imagine they were capable of. I mean, I'm one of those slow burn people for sure whenever I interact with folks. Like, obviously, you get to see a nice side of me that's kind of like, I can just be comfortable here and just say whatever the fuck and blah, blah, blah. But like when it comes to getting to know me It's like you kind of need to be with me one-on-one in real life, or you might not necessarily get to experience the full extent of my personality. Like if you were my server at a restaurant, I'm not going to impress you with my like social outgoingness. I'm not going to say some like one-liner that, you know, absolutely gets your guard down. Like I'm not. I'm going to be your best friend, but I'm going to be that best friend that you tell where you buried the bodies. You know what I mean? But just because I didn't force myself upon you, you know what I mean? I let my son have band practice anytime in the house. I'm like the cool rock mom. They say that they wouldn't be the band they are without me. Oh, that's awesome. That is amazing. Yeah, they need, you know, sometimes everybody needs a place they can feel like is their space, you know? 40s are way better than the dirty 30s. Really? Interesting. What is that like? You're probably quiet at first, I bet. I'm the same way, by the way. One-on-one is different than in groups. Yeah, for sure. And I am a little embarrassed by it sometimes, too, based on how sociable I can be. Because it's just like, I know that I can get this person's, like if I really want this person's attention or friendship or whatever. But I just, there's something in me that just, unless I have the social context to communicate with them, I just almost feel like I'll weird them out if I come at them too fast, or I don't know. I feel like I'm always been a one best friend kind of person, not by intention, but just how it played out. I'm like a cat. Yeah, I guess that's true. Like well, that's the thing, is it's almost like I'm consider myself more dog-like. What the fuck am I talking about? I don't know. I'm a lizard, dude. A real lizard person. I'm a shapeshifter. Maddie Torres. Thank you, Maddie. Welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. But I guess that's true, like cat, kind of like where eventually I'm just like sleeping on your chest, suffocating you in your sleep. Heard about the creators of AI say it's now developing its own conscious train of thought and will inevitably make its own language. Oh my god, that would be crazy, and then we won't even be able to know what it's like saying to each other. It is weird to think that like AI, I don't know, once it gets out, who knows, maybe it's already out of hand and we have no idea. I honestly, I don't have any comprehension of it. I'm like, yeah, I'm a cat because I shit in a box. And I'm just learning now not to thrust myself at people. I'm always thrusting. I always think people will know my intentions are pure, but they don't, and I just seem weird every time, but I'm learning. Yeah, I don't know. And it's really tough, like as you get older, you get like less and less time with like other people to really show who you are to them, I guess. Like when you were younger and in school, it was like you were all suffering and having this like shared traumatic experience of like being forced into a small hole together all day, you know? What you're describing has already happened. They've already hooked up AI to supercomputers to each other, and it took them 2 minutes to generate their own speech that humans cannot discern or translate. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, you know, maybe you just have to accept that the future is dystopian and there's nothing you can do about it, and you might as well just go outside and absorb some sun and play with yourself or something. I'm similar. I know people too well, and I'm always scared of scaring people because I know them too well, so I'm usually just fake as heck to keep the peace. Like even fake as heck with like your good buddies and stuff. You press your paw beans up against a person's face. I do a big stretch, and then I cut open their gut. Considering how every media that includes AI ends up with humans being dominated, I'm not sure why we're so excited about it. I don't know. I guess like the only thing I can think is the excitement is like manufactured, right? Because obviously it's a fun little novelty right now. I'm dystopian. I guess I am. Maybe that's the thing, is like the future is not written, and I shouldn't be so black-pilled about it. So like if there's a future that you desire, I guess all you can really do is try and live it and avoid the negative shit. I am super dystopian, yeah. Sorry. I'm just thinking about all possible variables. My apologies. High school was fun, but I got sent to an alternative school for delinquents. Dude, nice. We're reading about that right, schmau. People read Cyberpunk 2020 and somehow decided to pick up the worst bits. Where's my robo-spine, y'all? It's probably there, honestly. I feel like it already exists. I swear to God, I saw somebody earlier. I didn't get to like go up to him because I didn't want to like freak him out. But he looked like he was like full quadriplegic, and he had like some type of computer that like various people were like gathering around to like see what he was doing on there. Maybe he was playing Counter-Strike or something and I didn't realize it, but so one of my friends thought that he had some degree of like the Neuralink, and he was communicating with his mind via the computer to like talk to them. And that I actually wish I would have went up and like just slowly sat near them, but I didn't want to freak them out. Joel saw an Elon baby. It was this kid. It was Glorgaplex. Pretty amazing prosthetics now, not quite spines yet. Well, yeah, I guess they could get some sort of exoskeleton type thing, right? I'm sure that would be super expensive, but just like something that like, kind of wraps around your entire body, that you could like have someone put you into it or whatever. If she didn't do what they said, they had blackmail material on her that would not only ruin her, but shame her parents and possibly even land her in jail. Now, we talked for hours that night, and with Noelle's guidance, decided that the only real course of action was to set the explosion in the chem lab. So I did. Obviously, it didn't blow up the whole room or anything, it just caused a fire in the chem lab that did a little bit of damage. Laura had done her homework, and I forget the details, but I was able to set up a chemical reaction that gave me enough time to get quite far away from the classroom before it went off. And with Noelle and the other girls keeping watch for me, there was no chance of me getting found out. So that caused some chaos at the school for a few days. Everyone was focused on who'd blown up the chem lab, why anyone would do this, etc. So focused, in fact, that security was pretty lax when the other girls, without my knowledge, broke into the principal's office. They showed me their spoils at their next meeting. They'd stolen all of their permanent records, and this was their master plan: cause chaos at the school, then steal our own files so any past indiscretions would be wiped from the history. Now, this was the late 90s, so it was probably from... Did schools actually have permanent records? This is going on your permanent butthole. Ready Player One meets Brazzers. Hell yeah, dude. That's the future I truly want. You're gonna steal me? What will you do to me? This chat is cringe. That's fair. That's fair. Aren't we all? Les cringe. We cringe on. I like how Joel's casually going back to reading stories. Yeah, I know, right? This story is like moving fast. Cringe is healthy. I mean, what else is there, honestly? I don't know if I've ever been to a chat in like a live stream that wasn't cringe. You know what I mean? Like, think about Kai Cenat's stupid ass streams. Not to put him down, I'm sure he's a nice boy, but like, all it is just like, yo, W in the Schnat chat. Yo, absolute slumpin' W. Morgul Gorgonson, donated 55 gifted subs. And like, beyond that, it's not like he takes the time to interact with the chat or anything like that. W is moist. W for moist critical. W in the splat. Who up W and they splat right now? The streamers say, drop a like in the chat. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, it's like the most superficial shit. Like, how are you even supposed to like engage with anybody if you don't even read any of it or even have the time to? Well, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. And yeah, the overusage of the word chat. I fucking hate when people call an amalgamation of people on a digital form like a chat. Like, I get you guys are my chat, but to refer to you as some sort of hive mind, it feels so awkward and strange. Never came to school, super depressed, but passed with flying colors. My record. Nice. Hey, chat. Hey, Kai. Hey, Kai Senator. Sanadian? Is this fire or what, chat? Absolute smoke. Right, chat? This is absolute smoky smoke. This is straight vapor. May, thank you for the $1. All right. This was the late 90s, so it was before most things were digitized, I guess. Now, nevertheless, I pointed out that this really didn't make any sense. People had memories. Chances are those records were just the principal's own copies, too. Now, I tried to be as nice as possible. I was trying to help. I didn't want to undermine their plan. But wow, these girls did not like being contradicted. Who was I to disagree with their master plan of the anti-god? Was I some kind of heretic? And this led to just some absolute fight where I told them that I knew that the anti-god was just some BS from a movie and the whole thing was just some big joke. Now, they didn't deny this. In fact, they just laughed at me. They told me I was the one who didn't understand. Of course, there was no anti-god, no blood rituals, nothing like that. They knew Noel had told me everything because they'd known all along that I never believed it. And that was why it was so funny to them. Because I still did all those things. They held so much power over me that they'd managed to create a cult through literal willpower and peer pressure alone. And then Noel stepped forward. She held some book out that she'd gotten out of the library. Cults in Our Midst by Margaret Singer. And this is the third thing on the pile of things that I've never engaged with, but with this one, it's simply because the idea of reading about it would just be too scary, even now. Noelle then goes into a speech about how she'd read the book, and how she and Laura had to make a bet that people weren't that easily influenced and couldn't be so easily bullied into self-destructive behavior that went against their best interests, just to fit into a cult-like group. Noelle had been one to insist that they could, and this whole cruel experiment had been Noelle's. What the fuck is going on? Womp womp. Who's womp womping right now? You guys getting womp womped? You getting boomba-clot? Honestly, instead of a womp womp, people should start saying boomba-clot to like any response. If someone just like says something to you on the internet, even just like a remotely decent comeback to what you said, or maybe you're debating something, just say boomba-clot with a big exclamation point, maybe 3, all capitals, and I think you're good to go. You pretty much won that one. What does it mean? I don't know, honestly. You were definitely complaining by talking about what I'd said, that implying I'm cringe for a name. I said that? We're not mad at you, buddy, I promise. I like the name Taco. I love tacos. Boomba-clot! Get boomba-clotted all day. Let's taco about it. 6'7". I keep seeing that pop up, the 6'7" meme, but I genuinely do not know what that is, which I'm fine with not knowing that, but you can explain it to me in the most autistic of terms, if you could. Noel had been the one to insist they could. This whole cruel experiment had been Noel's. The one person that I thought was actually my friend, the one person at that damn school that I trusted. This whole time I was just her plaything to prove that some human beings are weak and mindless enough to be influenced into cult-like behavior for literally nothing other than boredom. And I was pretty chilled to my core. So, what was their end goal? They'd pointlessly... And I was chilled to my core. What was their end goal? They pointlessly... Poindexter. I was chilled to my core. Oh, fuck. The 6'7" meme is just some blonde 7th grader yelling 6'7" into a camera. Oh, okay, it's kind of like the 21. Like, what's 9 plus 11? He's like, 21 or whatever. When you read these stories, how long does it take you to record each one? I guess so far we've about an hour in and I've barely read one. Bring it around town. Ba, 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 ba. I got a great singing voice, thanks, bro. Maybe one day I'll train it. And I was chilled to my core. What was their end goal? They'd pointlessly stolen their own permanent records for what reason? And I found out the next day, the principal and some members of staff were waiting for me. They were holding a bunch of folders, all of which they'd found tucked under my mattress after some anonymous tip. And there was also a note in my handwriting addressing my friends, saying something about how I'd stolen their permanent records for them and hoped that they'd be grateful. Their idiotic plan wasn't so idiotic after all, I guess. They'd framed me, and now I was getting kicked out of school all because these weirdos wanted to prove that they could convince the new girl that cults were real. And I guess when I didn't fall for the anti-God crap, they just modified their approach and decided that bullying and peer pressure was close enough to cult-like behavior. And when you think about it, I guess it kinda is. I got kicked out of that school and began the most depressing, bleak period of my life, though. My parents didn't believe me, of course. They just saw me as that ungrateful brat who'd been thrown away. You ever eat a cold hot dog? Oh yeah, fuck yeah, dude. I feel like I honestly, the earlier half of my life, I feel like I ate so many damn hot dogs and just like cereal. And now I don't do that anymore. Do you think I should just have like hot dog cereal? Do they make that? I feel like that could be kind of good. Salty milk. Is it kosher? Do you think hot dog cereal is kosher? I got kicked out of that school and began the most depressing, bleak period of my life. My parents didn't believe me, of course. They just saw me as the ungrateful brat who'd thrown away my one chance. Thankfully, I was able to enroll in one of the local high schools I hadn't been expelled from. And there, I actually worked my ass off, graduated, and then went to college and eventually did my master's. And no, it didn't have anything to do with cults or criminal psychology. I never wanted to see another damn wannabe edgy cultist for as long as I live. Oh, that was the end. Okay, my bad. It was kind of like split up there. Dude, I have eaten too many cold hot dogs and it's so embarrassing. I was a little zooted one night camping. I had no other food. I ate like 10. Oh my god. It's the fartiest tent you've ever done smelled. That's awesome though. Oh my god. Think about this. You got a stick, right? Like a perfectly strong but like slender stick. It goes up through the hot dog vertical style, straight through the glizzy, and then on the tip it goes into a marshmallow. And then the marshmallow is heated to the extent that it actually burns and melts over top of the hot dog. Oh, the fire went out, so you couldn't. Oh, damn. No buns either. Well, limited carbs, I guess. Can I say goodnight, Amber? Nighty-night, Amber. Take care. Thank you for hanging. There's a hot dog place in my city where you can add anything to it, including cereal. Oh. How do these fucking places even exist? They just think of the most random shit and somehow always make rent. On the tip is insanity. The sweet glizzy. What's up, Bangy? So the mallow corn dog. Oh my god, that's brilliant. Or like, you know how they have like the mountain pies where they have those like sort of cast iron things that you can put shit into and just like heat it inside of there over top of a fire? Can you imagine smushing some hot dog and marshmallow in that and just seeing what fucking happens like a goddamn freak scientist, Frankenstein style? Ogia so Nijimura with the 5 says, I got 150 milligrams worth of free edibles at the plant store today. Joyous occasion indeed. You know what you should do is take all of it at one time and go schizo. Go straight nonverbal mode. Just kidding. You watch those Turkish mountains cooking shorts too, yeah. Turkish mountain. Who's that one guy? Who's that one guy? You guys know that one guy on YouTube? He met Bigfoot. And no, it didn't have anything to do with cults or criminal psychology. I never want to see another damn wannabe edgy cultist for as long as I live. I think my favorite like Japanese voiceover is just like the demons. Like the demons in those ones like like it's always just that voice. Just that's the only mode I know, just because I am Bob Lazar. I don't even believe Bob Lazar is a freaking plant. He's a literal little sunflower seed man. Did he meet Bigfoot after eating 150 milligrams of edibles? Was the question, did they date after that? I hope so, bro. I hope he sucked on his knobber. Alex Jones. Dude, I don't even know. Can we even trust Alex Jones anymore? The purveyor of truth. I just remember there was like, someone told, my Dr. Pepper told me to shush. I guess I better shut up. There's one guy, his entire voice acting career has been voicing every demon in anime. Really? Is it Japanese? Bob Lazar is dead. See, that's why I don't trust him. You never trust a zombie. Foolish samurai. Foolish samurai. Yeah. Agayo. Okay, we're on story 2. Who was like Alex Jones's like right-hand man or something? There was like a younger guy, Owen Schroyer, that's who it was. I just saw something pop up where it was like Owen Schroyer like doesn't like, or he like left InfoWars because of like limitations that what's his name was putting on his speech or whatever. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I was like, uh-oh. You're telling me that the Conspiracy Podcast is controlled? We had Tony Todd there for ages. Rest in peace, Tony. He was such a good soul. Tony was great, dude. God bless him. He was... I just remember, like, his ability to do the Venom, like, the Venom voice when he announced that. That was so cold, you know? It was like... It was... Venom. But, like, his voice... His back of his throat always sounded so, like, fluidy and, like, filled... Like, it's what, you know, Venom would sound like. Just, like, filled with fluid and grit. And yeah, Tony Todd was the only like actual celebrity that ever followed me on Twitter when I had a Twitter. What's up, Jack? Venom, Venom. I should consider narrating stories. I can give it a whirl. I had a less than conventional upbringing, let me tell you. Firstly, have you ever heard of Ruby Frankie? Ruby Frank. Ruby, is it Ruby Frank or Ruby Frankie? Venom, Venom. Venom. Frankie? It's pronounced Frankie. Okay, thank you. Gracias. Appreciate you. Okay. This is the 8 Passengers channel on YouTube. Oh, okay. Is that the John and Kate plus 8? John and Kate, just 8. Just took a shade. I had a less than conventional upbringing, let me tell you. Firstly, have you ever heard of Ruby Frankie? Well, she was a YouTuber, although not like your page, I hope. I'm sure most people knew. Oh, it literally says right there, sorry. So she was a YouTuber, although not like you, I hope. I'm sure most people know her. She ran that 8 Passengers channel and was eventually sent to prison for some fairly serious child neglect, along with some woman that she was shacked up with. And they claim to be Mormons, but to my knowledge there's nothing in the teachings of Mormonism and the Latter-day Saints that tells people to be that obscenely cruel to their offspring. Obviously, I'm not one of the 8 Passengers kids, but when that story first came out, I followed it with some... I followed it. Oh. John and Kate plus 8 if they duct tape their kids in closets. Honestly, guys, sometimes you can't knock people's parenting styles. Come on. Those damn kids won't shut the fuck up. JK. Venom voice actors keep dying. Oh, really? Another one? We are Venom. There was this really funny thing, like the the guy from IGN, I forget his name, like Moriarty or... No, that's not right. I forget who he is. But he had like some personal YouTube channel, I think, where he does mainly music. But he had his kids on, and his daughter was maybe only like 3 or 4. And then he was like, he was like showing her characters, like, who's this? And like, Mario. And then he like showed her like a picture of Venom. And somehow she knew what Venom was at like 4 years old, which I thought was awesome. And she was like, Venom, and then like stuck her tongue out like, blah. And I was like, that's the funniest shit ever. Obviously, I'm not one of the 8 Passengers kids, but when that story first came out, I followed it with utter horror. At times I was shaking on the floor, actually in tears, and even my hubby couldn't console me. Only a cuddle from my beautiful 10-year-old daughter could snap me back to reality. I'm a mom myself, and I cannot imagine in any universe treating my beloved daughter like that. The Ruby Frankie story didn't disturb me just because it was horrible, though. It disturbed me because it reminded me of my... I am Venom. Venom's Ultimate and Marvel Rivals, doesn't it kind of suck, right? I don't know if that's true, because there's... I think when you do it, it does like a certain percentage of damage. So you're supposed to focus tanks, right, with that Venom ult. So it does like 50% damage, so obviously the tanks would increase the amount of damage it does to them. Venom is clingy. That's funny. Marvel vs. Capcom Venom Rush was Kino. What's Kino? Is that like kosher? The Ruby Frankie story didn't disturb me just because it was horrible, though. It disturbed me because it reminded me deeply of my own childhood. When I finally escaped that hell at 18, I always just kind of assumed that I had a unique, one-of-a-kind When I finally escaped that hell at 18, I always kind of assumed that I had a unique, one-of-a-kind abusive upbringing. But seeing the 8 Passengers story made me wonder how many other families like that are out there. Families who, for whatever reason, become their own kind of cults. People don't realize that dangerous cults are far more than just weird hippies wearing robes and killing actresses. Actresses. My art teacher in middle school said that I couldn't do a Venom painting because she said his pointy teeth were too violent. Dude, there's so much stupid shit when you're younger that you just can't do. I remember I would draw monsters all the fucking time in class. Like every day I had a notebook and I'd just sit there and draw monsters, and it was just fun. It was like what I knew how to do and knew what to do. And like it's like there's always gotta be that dumbass teacher who has like no power in real life, and they just gotta like sit there and tell you that even though you're in 4th grade and the coolest thing in the world is fucking monsters and other shit and other crazy cool stuff like that, they just gotta find a way to tell you that you're like, what you're doing is actually a danger to society and you will be a school shooter guaranteed. Quote unquote. How were teeth too violent when they just there? I don't know. Is a shark too violent for her? We need them. We need them on Earth. Are my canines too violent? I need them to bite into prime rib. Before the mid-1990s, you could draw all guns and swords with no issues, let them fights to go with them, till Big Pharma had to wreck it all for everyone else by... Yeah, what did they do? What did Big Pharma do? Big farms. Till everyone started learning on a big farm together. Drawing the Green Day grenade logo when I was a kid. I mean, what's the fucking point? Like, why do people, like, they just arbitrarily choose things to get upset about? They don't ask for context. They don't ask for anything. They're just like, this is what it feels like to get yelled at. Like, I really wouldn't even be surprised if the manner in which they, like, recruit teachers is just, like, the same manner in which they recruit, like, drill instructors in the fucking military. Just, like, loosely mindless drones that fucking are there to just like knock you into place, and even if nothing really bad is going on. Not saying this is true at all. I'm not trying to put down teachers or drill instructors really, but you get the idea. Like, it just seems like there's like this crossover psychology where it's like, let's make kids feel bad. Got in trouble for drawing a teacher with the unibrow. I mean, if it was real, if it was accurate, then you were literally just shining a mirror. You're asking your teacher friend if it's true. And they're like, he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking stupid, moronic idiot, and he should be spanked and punished. Tell them that I probably... Listen, Chad, if they want to spank me, that's fine. If they want to spank me, they can spank me. I don't care. I'm going to do whatever you want. A teacher got fired for selling... Oh, yeah, it's so fucked. I hope they get... Yeah, fuck them, hell. Typically, the dumber you are, the more desirable you are. Oh, perfect. I'm going to be a great teacher. This reminds me of that one SpongeBob episode where SpongeBob drew Mrs. Puff. She spanked the shit out of him. People don't realize that dangerous cults are far more than just weird hippies wearing robes and killing actresses, or moving to Guyana and drinking the Kool-Aid. There are cults of personalities, MLMs, that are kind of cults, and there are social and political movements, some of which start off with the best of intentions even. But cult behavior is always cult behavior, and the more people get wrapped up in their own cults, the more they start to believe their own bullcrap. And this is what I can only imagine happened to my parents. By the time I was born, the parental group of my family consisted of Mother Cora, stepfather Jacko, Auntie Brady, and her partner Uncle Eric. And then there was Mama Charlene, who wasn't related to us by blood, but was the matriarch of our family unit. Now, I was the oldest of the 4 kids. We were all instructed to call each other siblings. There was Brother John, Sister Sabrina, Brother Roger, and me, Sister Krista. Now, if it sounds weird the way that I've written these names, that's because it was. This is how we had to address each other from as young as I could remember. If we slipped up and missed the prefix, we would be punished. For example, one day I was playing with Sister Sabrina and I called her Sabrina. Auntie Brady overheard this, dragged me from the room, and smacked my palms with one of those beach sticks that the adults always keep on hand for regular punishments. And there were so many rules like this, and as a little kid who grew up with them, I didn't really question them. According to Mama Charlene, who we were to regard as an almost holy figure, these things were the decrees of our Lord. If we did anything that went against the decrees of the Lord, we would be punished. I do not remember what all the decrees were, but only because years of therapy and distance has allowed me to tune them out. Now every day we could begin our morning by reading through the 4 pages of decrees that we had to follow. We were not allowed to leave our rooms until we finished reading. I am to be addressed as Father Joel, and sir, yes sir. You think this is funny? You think this is funny? Guys, this is YouTube. This is the most serious fucking job on planet Earth. Have you ever argued with a teacher? Let's think. Argued with a teacher. I said, all you want to do is hand out a packet because you don't want to teach. Really need to check what kind of person the teacher your kid will be having is. A bad teacher would likely stop whatever potential the kid could have. That's true. I don't even know how you kind of gauge that with, I guess the back to school night kind of stuff. DMT in the Kool-Aid is like double the dose of DMT. Interesting. Honorable Prince Joel the 14th of Pennsylvania. Penisvania. Picture me being class clown. I was pretty clowny. But honestly, it was weird. It was like a class clown that was actually enjoyed by the teachers, you know? Like, they would always give me a wink and smack my butt on the way out of class. I'm like, the fuck? The hell was that? Like, you're funny, funny guy. Hey, you're funny, funny guy. See you in the locker room. Make kid learn, you gotta... How do I reach these kids? Every day, we would begin our morning by reading through the 4 pages of decrees that we had to follow. We were not allowed to leave our rooms until we'd finished reading them, not even to use the bathroom. Of course, when some of us were really little, this led to accidents, and that broke one of the decrees. And here are the ones that I can remember. Don't dirty yourself. Address the family appropriately. Thank the Lord upon waking, even if just from a nap. Thank the Lord before and after meals. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. And then there was some of the more bizarre ones. We weren't allowed to eat any food that was orange because orange was a sign that it came from the devil. One time, Brother Roger asked why this was, and Mama Charlene caned him. Caned. Oh, hit him with a cane. Okay. Caned. He got caned. Riot raising canes. I angered my home ec teacher and asked to sit with my friends, and she told me, no, nobody likes you. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Nobody likes you. And the teacher goes and sits with your friends and starts joking around. And then suddenly you're the teacher. Like, what the fuck? You had Raising Cane's today and regret it so much. I remember having it one time and it was kind of overhyped, to be honest with you. The one thing that I don't like is that all the orders are just identical, right? So it's just a series of do you want 1 chicken nugget or do you want 50 chicken nuggets with a piece of stupid bread? And it's just bro, I could go get breadsticks, soup, and salad shit from Olive Garden. It tastes way better than this shit, you know? Probably for cheaper. But it's everything's all pre-made already and just varying sizes and batches. And there's one fucking sauce. One fucking sauce. That just defines... it's brilliant. It's a brilliant, strategy for, producing food where all you need is a chicken nugget, some French fries, one type of fucking sauce that's probably in a vat that you could swim in from how much they have. And then... I don't know. I just feel the fact that they make everything before they even hand it to you, it means it's already, probably gonna be dry as shit. Do I have haters? Just you. You're my biggest hater, but you're also a lover, so it's perfect. Everyone's in love. Which is kind of funny because most mammals exhibiting higher intelligence, such as orcas, elephants, and other peak animals, usually have a matriarch who is in charge, not a male-driven society. Oh no. Well, look at South Korea. Wasn't there some president in South Korea that secretly had a it was a cult that was occurring in the background, and then they had a matriarchal cult thing. So maybe that's how it really is. Maybe we have these fake kings And then there's just like some secret cult in the background of all of them that's like a woman with a big thorax, like shitting out eggs, like the Queen of England. What's up, Bug Meteor? Good to see you. I'm just kidding, loco. Loco! I'm loco, bro. Big fan for 9 years. Thank you, bro. Thank you for sticking around. Love you. Appreciate you. Can someone look that up? Can someone look up the South Korean cult and secret cult thing? I swear that exists, and I just didn't make that up in my head. Dude, we should just like think of stories. Think of like spooky stories that would be interesting to read. Even if it's just like an interesting or scary scene. That's what we should think of in our mind. I'm gonna start. Alright, I'm gonna start. But obviously you can talk about whatever the fuck you want. This will probably disappear in 3 seconds. But I had an idea for one where it was like the start of the story, spooky-wise, is just everybody having like a unifying dream, right? I'm sure this has been done millions of times, probably. I mean, I haven't heard it really anywhere. But just the idea that like some really scary event is going to occur and like everyone on Earth is all having the same dream when they go to sleep, and they have it, you know, over and over again for like a solid, I don't know, 72 hours or some shit like that. You just watched a VTuber talk about her experience on the South Korean cult. Oh, okay, what did they say? Big Bang is literally that simple father time, Mother Nature boom banged, Lilith and lies, and Jesus cults in South Korea, yeah. All sorts of stuff. Almost as if there's some type of collected unconsciousness or dry dream. Yeah, something like that. I don't know what the dream would be. The dream would have to be like some cataclysmic vision of sorts, perhaps. Or maybe it's something similar to like the Cthulhu thing where they see some sort of ancient lord sleeping in his den. Sometime, or yeah, maybe like, it could be literally anything that you want. That actually would be like a good writing prompt, I think, if you wanted people to write a short story. It's like everyone's story can be whatever it wants, but it has to start where every person on Earth has a collective dream or vision. Collective coma. Culture kind of wasn't that bad since you got out of it pretty easy. Okay. Oh, okay, so it wasn't like something specific to the guy, the president. The president. Collective wet dreams where you piss yourself. Okay. One time, Brother Roger asked why this was, and Mama Charlene caned him for questioning the word of the Lord, and then explained that the devil's flesh is orange. Brother Roger said that he thought the devil was red, and Mama Charlene explained that when you cut a red devil, they're orange on the inside. And so from then on, we unflinchingly understood that carrots, oranges, butternut squash, and similar stuff were just evil. Never orange candy, though. We weren't allowed candy, as tooth decay came from the devil, too. And fire was evil, too, because that was orange, so we weren't allowed to just look at fire. The adults cooked, and us kids had to do things like peel the vegetables, butter the bread, and tend the vegetable garden. And we had the last task because the shed was in the garden. And the shed was where we'd get sent if we misbehaved too badly. The longest that I ever spent in the shed was 3 days. Brother John went 2 weeks, holy fuck. Yo, Nikki, what up, dude? Go obscure with the visuals like the film from The Ring, and you can have everyone go insane trying to determine what it means. Yeah, that's true too. You can definitely play into the abstractness of it all. I like abstractness, but it definitely has to have some degree of meaning, because otherwise it's like you're just kind of, the audience is just grasping at straws or whatever. Miss Cookie, the person discipline issues. Oh, sorry. Looking at fire is the devil. You have homeschool now, or homeschool tomorrow. I'm so cooked. Homeschool tomorrow. Is it where you have to do stuff on the computer, or do you have to, like, your family teaches you or something? Or did you get moved out of public school by your family? You've been here? Have your messages been blocked? I don't think so. I've seen your stuff boop earlier, so I don't think... Oh, Sam, Justin's was too? I promise you guys aren't blocked or anything. You didn't say anything bad, so... I have no idea, honestly. I think weapons would have benefited from being more abstract. Oh, okay. Was it kind of like on the nose? What if it's like whatever you try to sleep in real late and you realize that your dream is looping over and over? Oh, like people don't realize it, or I don't understand what you said, sorry. The shed was where we'd get sent if we misbehaved too badly. The longest I ever spent in the shed was 3 days. Brother John was once sent for over 2 weeks. If we were locked in the shed, you were able to use the toilet and If we were locked in the shed, you were able to use the toilet and the bucket, which one of the other kids would just empty every 2 days. You were brought 1 pitcher of water a day and 3 slices of dry bread. When one of us had to enter the shed to bring food to our sibling, or empty that bucket, the punished child had to stand in the corner facing the wall. If they turned and looked at us, we were to report them to the stepfather, Jacko. Jacko? Should I say? Yeah. If they turned and looked at us, we were to report them to stepfather Jacko specifically. We were all far too afraid of stepfather Jacko God damn, I can't read this shit. Somebody wake me up. Wake me up inside. I was moved out of public schools by my parents because they were jumping over bathroom stalls. There was drugs in my school. My school got away with a lot of bad and illegal stuff. Oh, okay. Well, as long as you're safe, I guess. And honestly, some of the people in... some of the kids in, like, public school or home schools are, like, really intelligent. And, like, being able to, like, just, like, sit on a computer and, like, teach yourself something with, like, the study materials and all that kind of stuff and, like, do well is honestly some of the best type of thinking, exercises you could possibly have in a weird way, because you're not always just, like, constantly relying on being like, teacher, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And then they have to come over and, like, hold your hand for shit. So if you can, like, read and teach yourself shit, you're just going to be at such an advantage for essentially for the rest of your life. What's up, Shock Tide? Good to see ya. Wake me up when something boom boom. Okay. We were all far too afraid of stepfather Jacko not to tell on our siblings. The strangest part about this is that I never once remember stepfather Jacko actually punishing us. We were just for some reason incredibly afraid of him. It was just drummed into us from a very early age that we were not to feel love for our siblings. Even though we weren't all related by blood, we were all siblings in the eyes of the Lord, and thus feeling any love for each other was unnatural and unholy. The same went for the adults. They would remind us every day that they did not love us, and we should not love them in turn. The only person that we could love was the Lord. The one exception was on Mama Charlene's birthday. One day, we had to bow in front of her and tell her that for this one day only, our love was hers, and the reason for this was never really explained to us. Our house had various bookshelves, but we were never allowed to read them. All the spines had been covered up except for the Bibles. However, despite claims that we served and loved the Lord, we were never taught anything directly from the Bible. We knew nothing of Jesus, and in fact, I'd never even heard the name of the Son of God until I escaped that family. And we were taught to read, but we were taught from books that had been written by Mama Charlene in her very spidery handwriting. They were all books about the family, about Mother Cora, Stepfather Jacko, Auntie Brady, and Uncle Eric. Mama Charlene herself never were in the... Wake me up. I was a big fan of class clowns. The type of student I couldn't stand was the conversationalist who would purposely derail the teacher. Yeah, or just like, don't you think that's kind of, like, redundant? Or, like, don't you feel like that actually just, like, ostracizes, like, certain groups of kids and people? And then I would just get like a bucket of fucking old squid juice, and I just like, it was like chum. You were supposed to chum the waters, you know. I was on a boat school, but I would just throw the chum in that student's face. Shut the fuck up. Cover yourself. My all-time favorite Let's Read sonnet from Joe is where he quoted the Holy Father. Boom shakalaka. I actually do remember that one. That's funny. In 8th grade history, the whole lesson was pretty much canceled because of a kid like that. This shit's annoying. My old AIM name was Our Lady Chum Bucket. That's awesome. We always get our English teacher to go on tangents for almost the whole class period and get him to talk about his backpacking trips in Europe. That's crazy, actually. Like, what the fuck even is school? Literally just like socializing for the first 18 years of your life, which is, I guess, good, but it's also just seems like a fucking... What a waste. What a strange waste. I had a professor in a small class in college that would actually all dare each other to derail for the day because he just did not care. Have you seen The Gift with Jason Bateman? I haven't. What was the one with the spelling bee? He did a spelling bee movie and it was really funny. Fat old babysitters. That's hilarious. Very true. Mama Charlene herself was never in the books. They were mostly tales of our family's adventures before the Lord burdened them with us children. The books referred to us as the albatrosses, a reference that I didn't get until many years later. Read the rhyme of the ancient mariner if it's not... Read the rhyme of the ancient mariner... Oh my gosh. Read the rhyme of the ancient mariner if it's not familiar. In the books, Mother Cora, Stepfather Jacko, Auntie Brady, and Uncle Eric had fun and wild adventures. They went exploring mountains, they visited these fairs, and they went fishing on lakes. They even solved mysteries. They had a pet and something that the books called a wuffalump. I'm not even joking. And I later found out that all... God fucking damn it. And I later found out that all but one of the books were just abridged versions of the famous 5 books rewritten by Mama Charlene to just peddle her insanity. And the book that used to scare me the most was the first book. Stepfather Jacko wasn't in that book, and instead there was a man called Daddy Cobbleton. Now Daddy Cobbleton was a wicked man who tried to lead the others astray. He guided them into hell itself, where he peeled off his skin to reveal the orange demon beneath. I thought it said breath. What are you supposed to do if you aren't allowed to get in any trouble, or you will get punished at home, but all the trouble kids have no consequences? I guess be good. Be the goodest one. I had a substitute teacher in 6th grade who didn't even teach. Instead, she talked about her military experience. That is crazy. I remember we had this one teacher who was like very much... she didn't really have like a chin for some reason. Like her, just like the way her skull was sort of structured was just very chinless. So I remember we called her the Chinless Horseman. I always thought that was pretty funny. Suggestions on gaining motivation to go to work. I have my internship tomorrow, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. and I don't want to go. Social work, undergrad, and university. Yeah, I guess there really is no motivation for things sometimes, especially if it's not something you're like wildly passionate about. It just has to be a discipline that you stick with because you know that there's a positive outcome on the other end, maybe. Same with like, going to the gym and stuff. There's really no motivation per se outside of like, you will be better after doing it consistently for a while. What's up, Mont Bleu? I went to a hippie farm school though, so I don't know. Hippie farm school, interesting. Wish your schools had boxing, fencing, or archery. I was so jealous hearing people tell me they had those at their school. That is kind of crazy. Some of those schools have like a ton of shit. All we had was cheerleading. And I was always the bottom. He guided them into hell itself, where he peeled his skin to reveal the orange demon beneath. And there he did unspeakable things to Mother Cora, until Auntie Brady and Uncle Eric cast him into a fiery pit. At the end of the book, Mother Cora gave birth to me, Sister Krista, and the Lord sent stepfather Jacko to the family. But then Daddy Cobbleton returned 3 more times, impregnating Mother Cora again and Auntie Brady twice, each time, and each time they saw him off with weapons. And then Mama Charlene was sent by the Lord to protect us. And that's what the book said. And as I grew older and began to observe the reality of how the world worked, I started to realize that orange demons didn't exist. My siblings weren't hellspawn. The world that we lived in was very, very abnormal. Our house was very remote in the middle of nowhere, but occasionally we'd be visited by traveling salesmen, or families in cars would just drive past, and they just simply did not live like us. They wore fancy, wonderful clothes, not the most basic sheets that we wore, and the children had hair, not the shaved heads that we had. Do you think it's possible to date someone with different political views? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's difficult. It just matters to the extent that their views are... Like, if both people are, like, normal adults who can have, like, discussions about their views and not, like, create some sort of, like, you know, emotional stir, then sure, you know what I mean? Like, that was kind of how it always was. But since, like... Now we exist in a time, for whatever reason, the past decade has kind of conditioned so many people's brains to not, you know, be able to handle that because it digs into their ego or their identity, which doesn't even really exist, I guess. But, you know, it's a metaphor for just, I guess, a lack of maturity to a certain degree. There's a difference between political views and humanitarian views. Well, either way, whatever your fucking views are on something, like if you can't discuss them, then, you know, without having some sort of emotional outburst and like talking about breaking up with somebody, then maybe you shouldn't date at all. Maybe you're just a fucking baby. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so cringe when people sit there and defend their like antisocial behaviors because of some sort of moral stance. Like, it's fucking like so childish. Sir, you are stirring my emotions. Ego as an identity is a problem, yeah. And people get so grounded in that they think as soon as it's challenged, it's like, I don't know, it's like a destruction of their reality begins to set in. And I don't know, maybe people need that. Maybe people need like an absolute ego death that's just, and I think sometimes you realize that slowly. It's kind of like these stories, like you're being slowly deconditioned out of like a cult. Like, we're all just kind of like victims of, you know, our earlier part of like life, or a period of time in our life in which we were like super grounded in those beliefs. And then over time we realized like, maybe that person isn't like demon spawn. We never had the jock nerd stereotypes. I felt like movies and TVs lied. Dude, for sure. Like, this idea that, like, people always talk about bullying. Like, bullying exists for sure, but, like, I never really had, like, this crazy amount of bullying, or, yeah, the jock stereotypes, or all these different, like, cliques and all that. You know what I mean? It's like, humans are just fucking humans, and most of the time they're not in, like, a constant state of conflict. I like small town stuff because it's so opposite from what I experienced. Totally recognize that the grass is greener, but still I like it. You should break up with your girlfriend because I'm bored. Alright, I'll see what happens. Should do some shrooms on one of these streams. That'd be funny as hell. Yeah, I'm just in the corner in a fetal position. Oh my gosh, someone help me. What's up, Dank? How you doing, dude? Definitely agree with the humanitarian views, but if someone voted differently than me for purely economic reasons, it still makes me question why the humanitarian issues weren't a deal breaker, you know? Well, I mean, like, what is the views? Like, what even are views? They're just, like, thoughts in your head, right? And sure, I mean, there could be some sort of, like, stepwise correlation to how somehow they result in, like, actions or personality traits or whatever, but it's like, until you really know somebody, you know, just, like, putting up some, like, big banner over your, like, if your house is, you know, you're like a big house, that's your body, and you put a sign out front that says like no XYZs. It's like you're never going to know what an XYZ really is. You're never really going to know what that individual is as an individual human if you never allow XYZs into your life. And or you put like a bunch of like, you know, you might as well just like, if you're a big haunted house like that, you might as well just take like fucking police tape and tape fucking condemned around your entire body and ponder to yourself why, you know, you can't allow opposing people into your existence. I live in big cities like Baltimore and Denver, and small towns. I much prefer small towns. That's fair. I mean, if you like it more, you like it. XYZs are my favorite people. They're always end of everything. Yeah. What's up, Paris? People are tribal, I think, by nature, so they gravitate to those views of community and identity. And honestly, I think in a weird way, a certain group of people don't deserve rights to those views. I mean, that's pretty extreme, don't you think, to say someone doesn't deserve rights or whatever? Like, that's kind of fuck. I mean, I guess you have to be more specific about what you're talking about, but it sounds pretty closed-minded. Yeah. But I don't know. I oftentimes think to myself, it's like, well, listen, maybe it's better too. Like if it just to like maintain your peace, maintain that sense of like who knows, maybe your identity really is so incredibly important to like your own internal peace that maybe when it comes to something as like intimate as like marriage and like having a partner in the long term, maybe having someone that aligns with you pretty deeply probably is for the better, you know? Even if you are a pretty open-minded person, maybe there's just certain types of people that annoy the fuck out of you. And if someone annoys the fuck out of you, you can't, you know, you just can't. It's hard to fight against that, you know? And you much rather just like have a household that's not constantly divided. You know, if you're like a Christian and they're a Muslim and they're trying to raise your kid through like Muslim ways and you're trying to raise them Christian ways, and then they're a liberal, you're a conservative, you're a mungle-wungle, they're a bongjijingji, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna create a degree of confusion for sure. It doesn't mean it can't happen, but I think it takes a lot more mental energy because I'm just not a bongjijiji. I just met people getting pressured to conform to political ideology. In a lot of cases, in fear of being ostracized, they gravitate to these ideologies so they won't be alone. I think that's a powerful concept as well. Is like, there's a lot of reasons I think some people gravitate towards certain political ideologies, whether it's one, so they fit in, right? Because of their social circles, and they just like are like, well, I'll just say the things. Because that's essentially like the peer pressure nature of it being like a cult on both sides for sure. But then on top of that, I think there are certain aspects where the more sociopathic individuals in the society might be drawn towards XYZ political perspectives because it makes them feel like they want to still express their sociopathic tendencies towards others, but they want to feel moralistically good while doing it, you know? And that to me is pretty sickening because it's like, you're not good. You're just a fucking bully. You know, you're just a fucking bully who just so happened to choose a larger cult to sort of shield yourself with, essentially. Joel, I upset U of M and Notre Dame last night. I don't think I saw it. Sorry. I think politics is about emotions. I don't think it should be, but it really is. It might be for you, but I mean, objectively speaking, politics is like laws and economics and stuff that really in many ways like can be captured by emotions for sure, and I can understand why, as it does, you know, dictate direction. But at the end of the day, it's the lawyers, it's the very logical, it's the lawyers, it's the bankers, it's the money, it's the people who write things down. They're the ones that think very logically, and they're the ones that get the final say in things. I mean, that's kind of like the most objective way I feel like you can kind of like perceive it. As a Muslim, I only mess with the bunga-wungos, and I was raised in a cult in upstate New York. That's fair. That's fair. You have the right to do that. When I met my wife, neither of us were political. Then 9/11 happened. We quickly grew. We ain't in Kansas anymore. Yeah, faux show. Heading to bed early. Have a good night, Joel. See you, Finksy. I honestly think if people know the actual reality and truth, they will get along. It's believing in untrue facts that make people fight. Some people don't want to know the truth, which I will never understand. You know, that might be true too. Imagine if you were just suddenly enlightened to like behind the veil. Like, what if you were truly able to see what reality is, who decides policies, who decides direction, maybe even a degree of like who decides the sort of left-right divisionary tactics that kind of break up families and friendships and communities and create chaos. What if you were able to see it? I feel like maybe you would be unified in like a communal black pill together, you know? It'd be like you're trauma bonding as two individuals. The Maori tribe? Are you part of the Maoris? Those who feed off of a God complex listen to podcasts. Those who with Godplex start podcasts. That's smart. Yeah, that's why I started this one. So I can feel like God. As I'm sitting on my squatty potty. People will fight because it's endemic to mortals, even if they lack resources or a surplus. I guess that's a good point too. I mean, you know, that was the South Park episode where it didn't really matter whether it was left versus right or atheists versus non-atheists. Like, there's always going to be some subdivisions where they infight. I mean, even look at, like, remember the whole, like, Hassan fucking Ethan Klein thing? Like, they literally both had a fucking podcast together as, like, best buddies. And then there was, like, a division there between the whole, like, Palestine-Israel thing. And then it just evolved into, you know, they're probably going to sue each other soon or, you know, send skulls to one another's. Like, it's stupid. It's just, everything's all about control. Like, you're always going to have, like, subdivisions and people wanting to be, like, they're little warlords. I want to be a little warlord who controls this and feels important, blah, blah, blah. It's called DMT. If you pull back the veil warning, life might be a little rough if we all know the truth. But people taking DMT, is it always like a unified experience? Mathematicians theorize that time is a solid and static block and only appears linear to us because of our perspective. So it's like everything's already happened and we're just kind of like going through the process. I don't think people realize that they are acting with emotion in politics, especially recently. That's true too. Maybe they don't even know the manner in which that they approach certain perspectives is solely just coming from a degree of emotion, and they don't even know how to like kind of like separate themselves from that emotion and just kind of like relax. DMT is literally the least predictable substance there's, maybe except salvia. Oh, okay, so it's not really like having a unified sense of the veil being removed. Ethan Klein was the more passive member of the feud. It seemed the Chank's nephew crew were too Redditor-brained. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really give a shit what they do. They can eat each other alive for all I care. If that's what brings them joy and happiness and existence is constant, like, conflict, then that's what they're attracted to, and that's what gets them views. Is Hassan the dude who's laughing or talking trash about what happened to Charlie Kirk? I don't know what Hassan's response is, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but let's just say his audience probably didn't say very nice things in the comments section. Doesn't help when people use intentionally divisive language, either both politicians, the average Joe, for sure. For sure, I don't think it's good to, I mean, I don't know, how many times do I have to say, like, good is good, bad is bad, you know? Just don't demonize the other side, because it will just, eventually the words will run out and then shit gets wild. Remember smoking salva in somebody's front yard from a bong as the police chopper flew overhead and everything looked like plastic. Interesting. Should make a random homeless guy president for 24 hours and see what happens. I don't really think anything changes. I mean, the government is such a complex, like, moving thing that, like, I can only assume, like, all of the military actions that the president should, quote unquote, be aware of, they have no fucking clue. Like, would you not assume that the majority of things that are like essentially generated are just like private or like the military in the background? I mean, how many of their plans like we got to go get Donald Trump and bring him in here and tell him, we got to go get Biden and tell him, it's like both those guys are like shitting their pants, or they have like a droopy face. Like, they don't need to know anything. The continuity of government, I would actually worry if the government wasn't run by some sort of shadowy organization in the background. I don't even think it could efficiently be run if you just like kept switching between, a bunch of people over and over again. I'm playing as the Cincinnati Bearcats. Hell yeah. I do feel people are mellowing now, seeing how extreme people are seen as psychos. Yeah, I think that's been the one good unifying thing, is like individuals with like differing opinions are like, okay, that's my limit right there. Like seeing blood splurt out of someone's neck, I don't, I think we're done. All right, we're done here. None of that, And it's honestly showed like some of the more demonic individuals who just are like, yeah, let's go have a drink in the name of political violence. I can tell you from being in the Air Force that the president specifically and purposely left out of top-tier classified stuff because of the need for plausible deniability. For sure. I mean, otherwise, like, how would you even have time? Like, hey, can somebody text the president to let him know that we're about to go take out this important target or whatever the fuck, And I don't know. That's the thing, is I do not know. I'm just speculating shit. I think what people mean by the veil with DMT is that it feels like it shows you a meaning to life, but just bewildering how euphoric or psychedelic can feel. Right, I'm sure. It's just such a very abstract feeling. It's always going to be subjective to yourself, I imagine. Remember those DMT like experiments they did where they would like take DMT and like look through lasers and then they could see like matrix letters or some shit? I heard that was like actually a thing that everybody sort of experienced. I think people in their anxieties give a lot of credit to government conspiracies. I don't think our governments are well organized enough. It's hard to say. But I do understand what you mean. Like, it's almost like sometimes the conspiracies are literally like reductive, some people might say. Like, it's almost like you're reducing everything to, the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, all that kind of stuff. And who knows, man? Maybe it's just easier to make sense of reality by doing those kinds of things, for sure. But at the same time, I'm just like, crazier things have happened. Mega, thank you for the 5 stars. Alright, I've finished updating my res and website. Got a crash. Really nice to catch your stream, Joel. Good to see you too, Mega. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the ongoing support. Really appreciate you. You can see a lot of underlying meaning on a breakthrough, like the dimensions beneath each object. Yeah, and then what happens though? Like, do you come out the other end in a more stable position, like less insecure and comfortable, or do you just kind of like go nuts? Let's go fucking nuts in there. I think it's part of the MK Ultra thing. I do find it really strange. It's like we have all those like declassified concepts of like MK Ultra experiments, like millions of dollars just like funneled to like figuring out how to dissolve bodies with like rice and all sorts of other very strange things, but everybody just kind of pretends the government's like, that was the old us. We would never do that anymore. Why would we ever? Come on. We couldn't plan things, decades in advance and make sure it's exactly where it needs to be in like military efficiency. No, of course not us. What annoys me the most is about how people reacted to what happened to Charlie was how the people who pushed gun control was celebrating gun violence. Yeah, and then the weird thing wasn't the fucking, at least the firearm that was supposed, it was like a 30-06. So like, that's like a hunting rifle anyways. So I'm just trying to point out the mild amount of inconsistency there, but was how the people who put gun control were set. It was like a degree of celebration, but then also saying like, well, if he didn't want it to happen, he wouldn't. It's just like, Jesus, dude, can we just focus on the fact that someone was killed for what they were saying? You know what I mean? Because we still don't fully know the motivations of the supposed killer. There is some argument to be made on whether or not it was even the killer who was supposedly caught by the FBI. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's a curiosity. But celebrating like essentially the de-evolution of conversation in a civilized country into violence is just, it's just such a psychotic take, you know what I mean? To celebrating that, it's baffling to me. You know, they said it was, they said that, right? The Groyper fan, aka Nick Fuentes fan, but if you can tell me where the source for that is, because I was looking that up. I was looking it up earlier, and as far as the up-to-date information I found is that the supposed killer was not cooperating with authorities at this time. They were also trying to say that the roommate was trans, but I looked at it and the roommate's not trans. The roommate was just kind of like a feminine male, and that individual is cooperating with authorities to just like discuss things. So exactly the motive, I don't think we know yet. So I just don't want to like, you know what I mean? I don't want to like throw a bunch of info that I don't fully know out. Charlie didn't even condone gun violence. He believed the right to defend yourself in front of control, but I can't appreciate his... right. It doesn't matter. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. Like, if you... Like, words are words, right? I think one of the most abstract concepts was people saying that, like, there was some woman skating around on, like, skates in her house doing some voiceover saying he, like, committed... stochastic terrorism or something like that, where his words indirectly were causing violence against others. And I'm like, bro, like, words. The dude was literally shot in the fucking neck and killed. Like, so the thing that you're accusing of him potentially doing was literally done unto him and has just happened. So this, like, wrapping of realities to his potential, you know, creation of destruction upon others, it's just not the fucking same thing. He isn't dead. I don't know, man. Who knows? It was a clone. I'm on board. I'm listening, brother. You fill me in. He did suggest that people being shot was the price of having guns. Well, I mean, it's clearly the argument. Like, well, you know what? I'm going to say right now, I don't really know what his argument completely was based on that, because I've seen that popping around a lot. And I like to imagine most conversations are a degree of nuance, especially for someone who has entertained the process of going around campuses for a long time and doing debates. I like to imagine that person wouldn't just completely encompass their perspective to what is seen within like an Instagram comment. But I don't know what it was, so I'm not gonna sit there and argue with you on that one. But yeah, it's a completely different thing. I mean, like there's just really no justification for political violence. So that's really all I can say, right? No, there's no justification for political violence. Anybody that sits there and pretends like it's justified or good, I think, you know, how can you? How can you do that? Like, no matter what anybody says, if I don't agree with it, I would never, you know what I mean, be excited for their death. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy, right? That's a crazy thing. That's a normal, I don't even know, man. Okay, sorry. We're not trying to, but I mean, if he did say that the few gun deaths for each year are acceptable by the Second Amendment, more quotes if you get it on a plane to see it. I mean, listen, I'm not saying the things he said weren't disagreeable, right? But once again, it's just like, no matter what somebody says, it's like you're allowed to say what you want to say, no matter how idiotic it is, right? You can't, like, I think the number one rule we can set right now within debates is that you can't shoot your political opponent. Can we make that rule? Is that an okay rule to make from now on out? Guys, listen, don't shoot the person you disagree with. Is that okay? This is not political violence. He's not a politician. I mean, let me just ask you. Let me just ask you outright. Are you okay with him being shot and killed for, you know, are you okay with him being shot and killed? And if the answer is yes, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing that you're like tacitly okay with someone being killed just in general. You can sit here and like dance around the fucking semantics of it, but at the same time it's fucking chaos incarnate, and it can get much worse. People can say whatever they want in the country. You don't have to like it or agree with it. It's still legal for anyone and ever. Yeah, exactly. And exactly. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'm also confused because things he said were facts. Everything else I've heard are emotions he never spewed. I mean, he was one of the ones within that realm that I just I never saw any of his shit pop up. I never saw any, I knew of him. And hence why I don't know his stances on shit. And if it was disagreeable to a lot of people, of which it sounds like some of the out of context stuff does not sound great listening to it, it's still not justified to kill someone over their beliefs or whatever we eventually find out is the motive, which once again, I don't know if we fully have the motive yet. He said that there were pros and cons to owning guns, and he could have taken good with bad people, just taking them out of context. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, the guy's dead now, so he can't even defend himself against some of these sort of things, which, I mean, I guess we could sit there and look it up. I mean, if you wanted me to go look it up, I could. I'm sorry, he did spew a lot of hate. Right, but the next question is, you feel that he spewed a lot of hate, right? Are you okay? The question is now, are you okay with him being killed? Which I take this controversial stance okay, no, you're not. Right. And I think we can all agree, don't kill your political opponents. Let's just end it there, right? What was the stochastic thing he said? It was called stochastic terrorism or whatever, and it was basically the kind of argument there where someone subjectively determines the thing that you said is hateful, so therefore that hypothetical hate that you would put out there with your words is going to generate a degree of violence, right? Anyways, in a hypothetical world. And so therefore, because he was going to hypothetically generate violence, he deserved to die. That's literally their logic that they're working through, which is just bananas to me. It's a whole banana split. It makes no sense. Mainstream narrative says he was a radicalized Redditor, regardless of people perceiving that he spread hate. No one deserves to get shot in the head in public. People need to reflect on that. Yeah. If we were to feel empathy for him, should we also feel empathy towards Hitler? I mean, if you think Charlie Kirk is the same as Hitler, that's your opinion, and that's honestly the same concept as someone would say is literally stochastic terrorism, right? Is that you use these pejoratives to then paint someone out and dehumanize them to the extent that someone eventually does do a violent action upon someone. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's how things play out a lot of the times. If you look at someone and every day, your media feed, whether it's social media or the news, tells you every single day that that person is Hitler over and over and over and over again, I'm sure it's going to make someone fucking crazy and probably want to do violence upon them. Do I believe that person is Hitler? No, I don't. My brain is above the idea of just debasing every other person that I disagree with to the status of the worst possible thing. You might as well just say he's Satan. Or would you feel bad for Satan when he got kicked out of heaven? It's just can we fucking have an actual conversation? Do you think Hitler had open debates? Is that what fascist groups were known for? Not using force, but rhetoric. This is insane, bro. Right. I don't think Hitler was going around asking people's opinions on what, hey, could you define to me what queer theology is? Joel, what if the political opponent wants people like me dead? Listen, that's the question. Did he want you dead? And then you have to answer that. You could say, yeah, I think Charlie Kirk wanted me dead. And then you have to take the next step and say, it's all a stepwise thing of leading people's minds. So if you genuinely think this character of Charlie Kirk, who I'm not familiar with, outside of the different, I always thought he was a milquetoast conservative, right? But if you believe that he wanted you dead, then that is the same kind of dehumanizing stochastic terrorism or stochastic terrorism or whatever they want to say. It's the same thing, just in the opposite direction. And therefore, the argument can be made that the violence brought upon him was the result of repetitive social media feeds that led someone to believe that he was a threat to some hypothetical future. That's why Stephen King deleted all of his tweets, because he never said the crap he claimed. Okay. The conversation is going nowhere. People are crazy. We all need a social media detox. I do agree with that, yeah. I think we should all return to caveman times. Was that deserved, or just that it comes with the territory sort of thing? I mean, I don't know. No, I don't think people deserve to be killed for their political opinions. Holy fuck, can we just agree that that's the case? I mean, you can sit there and make a million different hypothetical arguments that his opinions were going to result in Holocaust 2, Electric Boogaloo, but objectively speaking, in the reality that we live in right now, that man was shot in the neck and bleeding out of his carotid till he was dead in front of his fucking kids and his wife. And somehow there's people on social media that are saying it was a good thing. I just don't think that they fully understand the implications of how incredibly quick a nation can collapse in on itself when words are no longer used anymore, and the only thing you can possibly comprehend is just mindless, ape-like violence. It's fucking crazy. Do you think the stochastic thing means that people think it was deserved, or just comes with the territory? Oh, okay, yeah. So the stochastic thing is the implication there, right? It's this linguistic hoop jumping. You jump through all these hoops to sit there and try and say well, he was a white nationalist. Well, he was, he was pretty much as bad as Hitler. You keep doing this over and over again, saying, well, we actually prevented, we actually shot baby Hitler to prevent the fascistic regime that was coming, that I know for a certain was coming. I know it was coming, but in reality, you just ended up shooting a baby that you said was Hitler. Right? You literally just, no one knows that the baby was going to be Hitler because it wasn't Hitler yet. So it's just that justification doesn't even make any fucking sense. And it's actually, in many ways, a lot of the things that psychopaths might use is I had to kill them because they were, it's like schizophrenic thinking. I knew what they were going to do. I knew what they were going to do. They just want to start civil war. I mean, this is how you do it. This is how you get the civil war going. I pray to God that it doesn't ever get to that point. But people need to realize that these things escalate very quickly. Exactly how? The logistics of it? I'm sure some people in high places are pretty well aware. Who is trying to start a civil war? I don't know. There's this implication that the individuals that shot him are trying to create, maybe it wasn't. I'm not, I don't even know. I guess it's not even worth entertaining the idea, but we need evil to give us context of the good times, I guess, man. Instead of using your First Amendment rights to gather and speak against, to use violence, which only escalates that. Right, yeah. I don't know. I mean, everything is cool. I'm not upset right now. I'm just trying to explain to people that, guys, it doesn't matter how bad you think maybe someone could or maybe would be. It's that justifies violence. I'm trying to talk a pistol out of your hand right now. It's like you took too much meth and now you're I can hear the voices in his head. I can hear them. He wants to kill me and my family. I know he does. I know he does. And the person's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's okay. I don't want to do that. The guy who did it was part of the right. That's the thing, is I don't know if we know the motivations yet for the shooter, that the Tyler Robinson guy yet. Because as far as I looked up prior to the stream, there was no straight indication as to his specific motivations. But once again, if you have a source that I could go read it somewhere, I'd be curious. We do not know the motives yet. Right. So it's like we all want to jump on, like, I mean, everybody wants to create like a leading narrative. Like they wanted to say that the roommate was transgender so they could lead it to be like, this guy's leftist, or they want to be like, oh, he had all these crazy social media posts, which, you know, I'm curious what those said, but it's like the roommate was not that. And as far as we know, the person was not a Groyper / like Nick Fuentes person. And as far as I know, the Nick Fuentes character has not been like, oh, this is a great thing, you know, so a lot of, I guess everything will come out with time. You can knock religion in discussion, but it's rude. People are entitled to their religious beliefs, for sure, yeah. Fascists and the communists are collaborating against the free-thinking mind. Yeah, I mean, I guess the number one thing is not to get pulled into either, right? Crazy is, according to the news, he just got the politics just recently. Like, wow, his brain got poisoned real quick. Maybe he's like 22 or something, out of Utah. I think the positive now, Charlie Kirk is martyr. His words become more powerful now that his life was cut short. Oh, a martyr, sorry. Who knows, man? Who fucking knows how that all pans out or whatever the fuck. The only thing is that, like, yeah, the escalation of things is the biggest worry. When we as humans are faced with new information, facts that contradict our current belief system, our brains literally go into fight or flight. Right, that's like what we talked about, the ego, the identity. It's like you're fighting to maintain your identity, your ego, because it helps you create and make sense of the world, and all of a sudden, if the world doesn't make sense, it can be very uncomfortable. But I guess, you know, you just have to go through that over and over and over again till eventually you have really no pre-established ego, and maybe it would help you to establish a more malleable sense of identity, I suppose. I don't know. As anybody did Dattoro when they were a youngin'? I heard about that now. At least don't even have the facts about Kennedy. We think we'll know the truth of this. Probably not. It's a good point, too. Yeah, who knows? Well, maybe we'll never get the... Because there still is that really weird shit about just those people behind him who were doing, like, the weird hand signals, and that supposed plane that came from some sort of type of shell company that flew with its radar off. Like, I can't help but, like, at least ponder in my mind, like, was this some, like, Agent 47 shit, you know what I mean, to cause a much more amplified, you know, left versus right paradigm conflict. Okay. Once again, thank you guys for being kind and courteous to one another. Because that's the only way we can do it, right? I mean, the only way we can proceed forward is having those conversations, getting as much information as possible. We are going to have our biases, you know what I mean? Like, I saw some comment, like, seeing all the negative comments after the stream, because I see all of them in the VOD and stuff, and someone was like, I've listened to you since I was 12. I'm 22 now, and to realize that you're... and it was just like they immediately threw an identity on me, and it's like, listen, I know I have my certain biases in the manner in which I might compute factual information, right? And it's like, but to sit there and act like this is some like grand betrayal to your heart because I thought differently than you did in a particular, you know, chaotic scenario, it's just so irrational. You know, I mean, I'm going to be different than you. I always will be different than you in some way. Socratic dialogue, truth prevails when done in love. Light will always overcome darkness. Yeah, and who knows? I mean, like, who knows how much, like, character progression you are helping another human being when you respect them when you speak to them, right? When you sit there and respect them, listen to what they have to say your thing, listen to how they process it, process what they say. You go back and forth, and it's a discussion. Like, you literally might change someone's life by not getting emotional and yelling at them and being mad or using like really big mean person words. This is genuinely awesome. Don't usually do lives, but I'll definitely be back because it's a seriously welcome breath of you. Thank you, D. I appreciate you. Good to see you. A homophobic, transphobic, woman-hating influencer. Right. So that's your opinion of that person, right, Rex? Listen, this is where I'm just trying to establish, everyone. That's your opinion of them. Now, the next question is, I've asked it over and over again, do you think, in your opinion, he deserved to die? And once you can answer that question, we can proceed forward. They wore fancy, wonderful clothes, not the basic sheets that we wore. The children had hair, not the shaved heads like we had. And none of us were allowed bedrooms. Up until I turned 18, the 4 siblings slept on mattresses in 4 corners of a room. Lines were drawn dividing the room into 4. If one of us entered into another sibling's quadrant after 8 p.m., we would be punished. And the punishment usually involved having our hands whipped or spending time in the shed. But there were other things too. Standing outside and having ice water tipped over us. Having to stand there while the other siblings yelled the meanest things they could think of at us. If a sibling wasn't mean enough, they would get punished instead. Now one day, Brother John took a Bible from the shelf thinking that if he learned more about the Lord, he might understand why we live such a cold, miserable life. When he tried to open the book, it wouldn't open. It was just some prop, a sort of replica. Mama Charlene caught him, and that's when he spent 2 solid weeks in the shed. I genuinely cannot think of a single happy time from my childhood. We were encouraged to avoid human connection with each other. We were homeschooled. We had no toys, no TV. Music was forbidden in the house. Sister Sabrina was caught singing once, and all hell broke loose. The adults grilled her for hours on how she even knew what singing was, and how had she learned to do that, etc. Oh, you weren't even talking about his death. You were talking about him because of becoming president. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I just keep seeing like this abstract, like people don't want to, like there's a lot of people on the internet and they might be bots too. Like honestly, part of like the divisionary aspect of trying to divide a population maybe is sometimes to sort of generate an overabundance of a certain opinion within like bot comments online, which the only reason I'm even arriving in that position is because it would be a convenient way to divide people, but also I can't even imagine the number of individuals who are just like loosely comfortable with like political motivated violence, and just violence in general of another person. But at the same time, I'm so used to seeing it and people saying like he's XYZ, this and that, thing, which may or may not be true, right? I don't fully know, but it's a subjective opinion. But it's just like, I think we have to arrive and kind of like figure out the individuals who are loosely comfortable with just like killing people, because to me that's just like I think we got to get past that perspective before we can get to discussing the other things, you know what I mean? Anyways, it's really not that complicated, but it's just sad it's just sad to realize that's what we are as humans. Like we're all just like vying for power constantly. We're kind of looking up to these figures as like representations for ourselves, these sort of avatars of power, encompassing our sort of degrees of beliefs, similar to like the way a cult would work, though I'm sure I can understand why people would believe what they believe. But it's sad to think that that's just how it's going to be with humans forever. It's just like endless, non-stop, potentially bloody conflict. And that's what scares me, is I feel like this time in history, especially in the United States domestically, and even though there's varying degrees of it, the fact that we kind of like have a relatively peaceful society in most places at most times, it just scares me how quickly things could devolve back into like the rule of the jungle, Driving the e-scooter the other day and got hit by a whole lot of rocks. Lay down right on the bike lane just under white line by some kind of crazed person who had to throw the... I hope I live long enough to see us generally suck less as a species. Well, that's the thing, is like we do, right? Like we do. Like you do, right? I mean, you're the start, right? That's where you start. You teach your kids to just not be, emotionally crazed, I guess. Control themselves, have discussions with people, hear different perspectives, be peaceful. That's where it starts, is just like your individual philosophies. I think also sometimes maybe the question on whether or not society is actually good is more the fact that the media is always just like hyper fixating upon the worst of the worst, right? That's what the whole news is. It's this constant hyperfixation upon the interesting stories that make reality a lot scarier than it is. Now, this story was very scary as a whole, and the cascade effect that it could have upon a nation. But at the same time, maybe 99% of things are actually going pretty good. It's just like we always kind of give attention to that 1% that kind of makes us feel pretty black-pilled on things. Maybe we do need to have like a much stronger sense of like optimism for the future, at least on that domestic like side of the individual. Take the white pill. The white one. The one that makes you smell the flowers and appreciate a nice sunny day. As the light beam comes through the clouds, it's a magnifying glass being laid upon you, observant from God. He just wants to look at you, see his creation, appreciate it. The adults grilled her for hours on how she even knew what singing was, how she had learned to do that, etc. And she just said that she didn't know. It just felt like something that she could do with her voice. And as punishment, the adults made her eat a carrot. They told her that by ingesting the flesh of the devil, her voice would be forever cursed. It was miserable. Just this daily drudge of bleak nothingness. Every day was exactly the same, and yet I rarely thought of escape. Other than the view beyond the high fence and the occasional glimpses of passers-by that we could see through the rare gap in the wood, we had no idea what life was even like on the outside of our little house in the middle of nowhere. And then I turned 18. On my 18th birthday, the adults woke me at just past midnight and ushered me down the stairs alone. In the kitchen there was a cake, and it was unlike anything I'd seen before. Apparently it was just for me. And at first Hey Ollie, what's up, dude? Have you watched The Righteous Gemstones? I feel like would have been a great Bad Billy impression. I haven't seen it, no. White pill good, black pill bad. Maybe should change to something else, maybe? What do you mean? The sponge pill. The SpongeBob pill. Because SpongeBob's so positive. Hey, Squidward. And the Squidward pill, because Squidward's so negative. People aren't pills. What about suppositories? Can people be suppositories that you stick up your butt? I'm going to bed for real, Joe. Thanks for sharing your views. I found them refreshing. Thanks, Mega. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. It's giving SpongeBob. Hey, honey, how do I look? Oh, you look like SpongeBob. You found your heaven in the man of your dreams. Nice, dude. Congratulations. At first I thought it was some kind of trick, but the smiles on their faces convinced me otherwise. I sat down and took a bite, and it was like heaven. Mama Charlene told me that was what I was about to hear. Oops. Feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Mama Charlene told me that what I was about to hear was going to be hard. Nothing I learned growing up was real. The world was a cold, harsh place, and she was a radical psychologist who had found a willing family to help her with her thesis. She believed that raising children without the concept of love and following a set of incomprehensible and inexplicable rules, and then introducing them to the concept of love and reality at 18 when they were old enough to understand it, would lead us to live the most fulfilling lives possible. She promised me that she taught me everything I needed to survive in the real world. She told me that all of them loved me really, and they loved all of us kids. And in her words, this was her thesis. Robbing us of our childhoods would enrich our adulthood beyond anything any normal person had experienced. I'm sure there was some kind of logic to this in her head. I'm sure that there was some kind of reason why 4 other adults had agreed to put their children through the coldest, most unloving hell to help her study her theory. And then came the kicker. Mama Charlene said that it was just totally my choice. They were not EVP. They were not EVP. Hey, I have been targeted by a draconian cult since 2018, but I'm looking to spread awareness. Where can I submit a story? For sure, yeah. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. It should be copy-pasted in every description of every video in case you need it. But, yeah, what happened? Draconian cult. Like a dragon cult, or draconian in the sense of authoritarian or whatever? I just got my peach pills. Finally feeling normal. Peach? Well, if you take both pills at once, you can cancel it out. I mean, you can feel, the thing about taking those pills back and forth is it really does take an effect on your emotions. It's like you're up, you're hopeful, then you're down, and then you're sad, and then you're up, and you're hopeful. So I don't know. I think it would most probably be, well, who knows? Maybe a healthy dose of both does keep you grounded. But when we take too much of one or the other, I guess that is the yin and yang of life, right? The white and the black pill. The dark and the light. Then came the kicker. Mama Charlene said it was totally my choice. They were not evil people, but I was now 18, and they wanted me to stay with the family and become one of the parents. I would now be known as Mother Krista, and I would father a child of my own. Now I asked how that would work if Daddy Cobbleton would return, and she said yes, but that Daddy Cobbleton took the... Wait, father a child or mother a child? If you're a Mother Krista, you would mother a child, right? Not father a child, right? Unless I'm stupid. The brood mother. Yeah. We need you to be our new queen. Some places you're not allowed to use the word love towards any other person other than the great leader. No joking, that was what they were trying to spread across the world. Is that North Korea, or is that... For the swarm. It was fine for those members, but no. Wait, does anybody, I know this is going to be such a stupid question, but I would now be known as Mother Krista, so it's like a girl, and then I would father a child of my own. Is that grammatically correct or no? We don't know the cult, though. They might have the mother's father the child as some cult precept. Okay, so is the word father more a gender-neutral term for just raising a child or something like that? I don't know. I don't know why I'm confused. I just don't want to change it and to be completely wrong. Let me just look it up real quick. Is this grammatically correct? Me mom does Valium and lots of drugs. Nice. Yes, your sentence is grammatically correct. I would be known as Mother Krista, and I would father a child. The grammar, punctuation, parallel structure, all fine. The only thing to be aware of is a semantic clarity. The phrase Mother Christa paired with I would father a child could sound contradictory since mother and father usually signal different roles. If that contrast is intentional, perhaps symbolic, ironic, or character-driven, then it works as is. If not, you might want to align the term for consistency. Okay. So it's not grammatically correct. Or not grammatically correct, but semantically correct? Is anyone listening to me? Just kidding. They're a modernized Order of the Dragon-type cult, Eastern European vampire cult. I was a failed sacrifice. The group involves police officers, hospital staff, serious systemic corruption. Really? Yeah, dude, write up your story and just make sure you put that as, like, the subject. I'm curious to hear this. Oh, I don't fucking know. Is this person a seahorse? This person has to be a seahorse, part of the seahorse cult. I would now be known as Mother Christa, and I would mother a child of my own. I asked how that would work, if Daddy Cobbleton would return, and she said yes, but that Daddy Cobbleton took the form of different men. I asked whether the Lord had blessed all of this, and I asked if she thought that she was doing the Lord's work, and they all sort of laughed at that. I think that's the part that hurt the most. The one being that I had loved, the one Savior I believed might one day save me from this hell, and they didn't even care about him. They didn't even believe in him. I kept my calm, though. I said I needed some fresh air, and I walked out of the back door. I sat on the ride-on mower that we used to keep the lawn trimmed, and I crashed the mother effer through the... What the fuck? I sat on the ride-on mower that we use. Oh, the father would be changed to mother, but I cannot tell you from... Oh yeah, no way. Okay, thank you. I rode on a sat-on mower. Do you ride your mower? Oh yeah, sit right on it. The author of the cult's grimoires is called Andrew D. Chumbley. The main book they use is called The Dragon Book of Essex. Interesting. Remember when those kids like talked about like the weird sacrificial cult, and then people all said that that was like satanic panic, like some weird linguistic like terms to basically just negate these kids' stories. Which, I mean, like, you can tell a kid fucking anything. They don't know what the reality is, right? So, like, I just remember, do you remember that cult that, like, well, it wasn't, I don't even know if it was a cult, but it was, like, some church group, and the kids had talked about, like, their younger siblings being birthed and, like, eaten or killed or all sorts of terrible things. And then the kids were just told that they were, like, having some sort of hysteria, and then it just all went away, and it was all good. Jesus told his followers only to worship the Lord, so how did he become the Lord if he's the Son of God? I mean, it was kind of a weird, like, as far as I recall, the Lord is like the Godhead, and Jesus is an extension of said Godhead, and that they're just all like sort of that triune sort of God concept where they're all like, they just are each other all at one time or something. Ghost face. God's the manager, yeah. And then he sends his son as like a salesman. And then the Holy Spirit is the voicemail, so he leaves you with your phone. Yeah, he sends Jesus to deal with the Karens, yeah. I was targeted from 2018. I was attacked last year. Would have been earlier, but always with the people 2023. It's crazy. Yeah, definitely send it in. Hey, Ollie 2. I want you to read the comic Department of Truth so bad. What is that about? Is it spooky? What the hell? What the helly? I kept my calm. I said I needed some fresh air, and I walked out the back door. I sat on the ride-on mower that we used to keep the lawn trimmed, and I crashed that mother effer through the fence and just kept on driving. It was the first time that I'd honestly seen the outside world. At that point, I flagged down a car and they just took me to the nearest town and to a police station, and I just talked to them about everything. I expected my siblings to be saved and my parents to be arrested. But do you know what happened? They got a warning and 6 months of regular visits from CPS. It was ruled that nothing that they had done actually constituted child abuse. Apparently, lying to your children about reality itself is not a crime worthy of having your kids taken away. And one by one, my siblings turned of... Oh my god. Oh my god. Just noticed your live. I was watching Mr. Nightmare. Nice, dude. How's he doing? Is he making some absolute banger videos? And I meant Draconian as in Vlad Dracula. I'm from Suffolk, England, and the cult is active in Essex, England, home of the oldest city in England, Colchester. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some crossover with Vlad and Dracula, because wasn't like Prince Edward or some shit? Like, didn't he inherit Vlad the Impaler's castle or some shit? And I don't know, people think he's like a serial killer or some shit. Hey Lux, take care, dude. Good to see you. A new dinosaur movie's coming out. What do you mean, dinosaur movie? Wouldn't it be crazy if, like, from the time you're 4 years old, you're just obsessed with dinosaurs forever for the rest of your life, and it doesn't matter what it is. If there's any piece of dinosaur media, you are fucking getting it. Sarah Wentz, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. Primitive War. Who the fuck is not into dinos? That's a good point, honestly. It's even now, seeing a dinosaur, it's just like, damn. He big. Bram Stoker's book Dracula is based off of Vlad the Impaler, and Bram was a Freemason. Oh, okay, so he was kind of implying some stuff or whatever. I remember hearing, like, over in Utah, around the area of, like, I don't know if it's the whole state, but I don't know if there's, like, heavy Freemason tie-ins with the Latter-day Saints or whatever, like the Mormons and shit. I don't know, I just heard that there was some crossover with them and the Freemasons. Primitive War looks sick. Is it cool? Honestly, we really do just need like a dino movie that just goes at it. The creepiest story I've ever read was from you, the story about the Tinder horror story and some guy matched with the nun and voodoo dolls. Interesting. I don't even remember that, to be honest with you. I'm here because CNN said democracy was going to go away and it sounded serious. Alright, good thing you checked in with me. I'll clear this up. Dad was invited to join the Masons and it would have gotten me in by default, and I've never forgiven him for saying no. Who knows, maybe it would have just been more headache. They get away with it as anyone can join, but not everyone can get past the 4th degree. Right, I heard like once, like 32nd degree is the highest, and then beyond that's like where things start getting serious, like 33rd degree stuff. How's Twisted History going? Anything crazy coming? Been listening since 2017, just heard you on that and was shocked. Yeah, it's going good. It's cool. It's a cool thing. History, but with a twist. One by one, my siblings turned of age and they too left the cult that was Mama Charlene's family. We reconnected and started building our own lives. The first time we all got together and said I love you to each other, the tears did not stop flooding. And after I left, the family did start treating my siblings better. The presence of CPS kind of forced them into being a little more honest. By the time my youngest sibling, Roger, had left the family, he said it was almost tolerable. I've never spoken to any of the adults again, and I never want to. Maybe they weren't as bad as Ruby Frankie and her evil friend, but the psychological harm that they did to us with their made-up lunatic cult is something I still feel. Maybe they weren't as bad as Ruby Frankie and her evil friend, but The psychological harm that they did to us with their made-up lunatic cult is something I still feel today. And from what I understand, the 5 of the adults still live together. Roger couldn't quite bring himself to cut them off, and he visits them and gives me updates from time to time. Apparently, Mama Charlene is suffering from aseptic necrosis. One of the pills that she has to take for it, a sort of type of ibuprofen, is orange, and I wonder what the devil makes of that. From the creators of South Park, Primitive War already came out on August 21st. It was an indie film, so it only showed in select theaters. It was the amazing best movie I've seen in theaters in a long time. Really? I need to see some still frames from this. Primitive War. Dinosaurs. Whoa. Whoa, dinosaurs. That is cool. Is it in theaters currently? Oh man, it's been almost a month. I better get in there. Dude, I really can't believe that this Saturn Soul video actually took off the way it did. Pretty fucking sweet, if you ask me. Do I like Jurassic Park? No dinosaur movie will ever touch that one. Yeah, I love Jurassic Park, the original, and I really liked number 2. Number 3 was kind of shit. What came after that? I guess it was back to the beginning with whatever. I sold out to Mr. Ballins. I gave him my soul. He's gnawing on it right now. I love you, by the way, bro. Been a listener since way back. You help ease my PTSD. We'll start working on getting the story for you. Thank you. Yeah, honestly. Keep me posted whenever it's in, because I want to read it. Anyone under 20, like 25, has no grasp on reality and doesn't understand violence or murder or anything like that. I mean, yeah, who knows if anybody above 25 can really contemplate that. I hope nobody has to, you know? I mean, even like seeing some of those videos where you see violence, like it just flashes before your eyes suddenly, and you just like see how incredibly disgusting it can get and can be. It's so scary. All of those words people had said. Oh, Jesus Christ. My cat's just meandering around, making... What about Jaws and the Meg? I've seen Jaws. I don't think I've seen Meg from Family Guy. Yeah, the OG Godzilla movie, like way back in the black and white days. I remember the one from, I think it was like 1998. That one was pretty sick. Chad, it's my first time. I had a horrible evening and listened to your show. Always brought my sister and I great joy and a way to bond. Listening to you alone tonight is my sister. By the way, has passed away. I know she is here listening tonight. Thank you. You're welcome, Selena. I'm sorry to hear about that, but yeah, she's with you. The newest Jurassic Park was pretty bad. Oh, damn. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was supposed to be like kind of an R-rated movie, you know what I mean? And then it just was like your typical PG-13 slop. Oh, what's up, Christy? Were you here for a while? It was so bad. Damn. Scarlett Johansson ruined the movie for me. I didn't see it, but I'm curious. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like she can do a good role wherever she is, but if she distracted, I feel like, from the movie, that would be kind of lame. All they really had to do was, like, to the point where it's, like, a little mysterious, you know? I miss the days, like, the opening of, like, Jurassic Park 1 is just so nice because it's such a cool progression of things, you know? Ocean Ivy, no worries. Good to see you. King Kong Skull Island. I think I did see that one. I mean, those are cool, but I just, you know, it's like playing with toys in a bathtub. You just, whatever. What I'll do is when it's done, I'll send a donation when you're alive so you don't miss it, as I'm guessing you get loads of emails. Oh, no worries, dude, yeah. And I'll probably see it in the chat anyway, so you don't have to donate or anything like that if you don't want to. So this is my dad's story, but he's giving me permission to share it with you after I got him to listen to a few episodes of the Let's Read podcast on a cross-country trip that we took recently. So we hail from Tennessee. We've always been a Christian family. Mom and Dad raised me with a strong faith in God, and I've raised my kids the same way. Now, I won't turn this into sort of love-in, but my faith has given me a strength in life more times Now, I won't turn this into a love-in, but my faith has given me strength in life more times than I can count. The scariest and weirdest thing that's ever happened to my dad revolved around a church and a preacher, though. Growing up, Dad's local church left a lot to be desired. He lived in a small backwater town with a small backwater church, and while the town folk were plenty of God-fearing people, they didn't hold the local preacher in quite such high regard as they held our Lord and Savior. Dad can't even remember the old fogey's name, so we'll just call him Pastor Bake. Yeah, I know. Now, Pastor Bake was a pretty old fella in fairness, but old beyond his years too. And that's because he liked a bit of the sauce, you know what I mean? The local kids joke that he dipped into the communion wine, and Dad says, though, that was... Communion wine? What's up, Race? How many stories left? This is going to be a 9-hour stream. Where are we at? Yeah, I guess we're at 3. I feel like we're only like halfway done. This might be a 9er. Charlie 9er. 6-hour sesh of straight smoking and reading. I need someone to tell me some secrets of the world. Where was Garth Brooks? Yeah, this is the Garth Brooks cult. Hey, no frowns. What's up, dude? DARPA. Poopa. The government's research facility. It's called Poopa. King Kong was Jack Black in a green screen. Was it really? Remember the King Kong that... I really like that one with Jack Black. I thought he did a good job. The best Spider-Man. I feel like the newer ones were a lot more fun, if that makes sense. And I kind of like Tom Holland or whatever as Spider-Man because he just seems like kind of like the younger, more fun Spider-Man. Whoa, whoa, whoa! And there's like good comedy in it, but I don't think I've seen the latest one. That's because he liked a bit of the sauce, you know what I mean? The local kids joke that he dipped into the communion wine, and Dad says that was pretty much true. One time, allegedly, he was so drunk during a sermon that he briefly fell asleep at the pulpit before snapping awake. He was a harmless guy, you couldn't say otherwise, but he hardly inspired passion and confidence in people, especially not in 1970 when the Vietnam War was still in full swing, people were losing loved ones, and the state of the world was terrifying and people wanted faith more than ever. It was kind of difficult to go to church on a Sunday morning and listen to Pastor Bake slurring his way through his latest sermon about some dry topic that barely had any Damn it, I was like fucking cruising there. I don't know if I've ever understood King Kong, like what was the message or story or whatever. I mean, like the big gorilla, but I just don't know the meaning of it. Who can explain it to me? Big gorilla. Big gorilla. I don't know, I guess it's just big gorilla. And that women will pretty much fuck anybody, even a big gorilla. It was kind of difficult to go to church on a Sunday morning and listen to Pastor Bake slurring his way through his latest sermon about some dry topic that barely had any relevance to the modern America. It was no wonder that attendance dropped until they'd be lucky to have 20 parishioners in attendance on any given Sunday. And then, the circus came to town. And I don't mean an actual circus, of course, although Dad does have some pretty cool tales to tell about a traveling circus that passed through one time. But no, this circus had a tent and a ringmaster, but there were no clowns or elephants in sight. It was one of those pop-up tent revival churches. It had a portable organ with a young and hip organ player, and it had a choir who would raise the proverbial roof. And most importantly, It had Pastor Trent. And if you've ever seen any movie or TV show that has a charismatic, larger-than-life pastor who throws himself around the stage, evangelizing the Word of God with enthusiastic abandon, then according to Dad, you've only seen half of what Pastor Trent had to offer. He was everything that Pastor Bake wasn't. Young, energetic, stylishly dressed, dripping with faith in the Lord, and most importantly, sober. The way Dad describes him, you'd almost picture Jesus himself. He had long hair that flew wildly as he gesticulated in his passionate sermons. He never claimed to be a faith healer, but he'd lay hands on the sick and elderly and they would swear that they felt better. Dad says that Mr. Rockford. How you doing? What's up, Liz? Good to see you. Imagine the damage bill, though. I hope the city was filled with insurance. I lived in Quebec and I just watched and started a movie. It's based on a true story called No Child of Mine, a UK movie. It's about sex trafficking. Kind of just it's hard to believe such behaves society like UK. I think the UK has a lot of darkness, as any society really, but there's a lot of stuff that, I don't know, it seems like their legal system wants to just constantly sweep under the rug. And I think there's a lot of addiction within the United Kingdom as well. Probably just as much, if not more, than the United States. Whether that's opiates or whatever the fuck. Mighty Joe Young. Mighty Joe Young was pretty sick. Did you miss Angry Joel? You just missed him. He was shot. Sorry. Online dating whores are lovely. Yeah, I can look into that. Falls in a week, but the USA have been falling for years. I'm still on my feet. Did you ever try Opus? No, what's Opus? Is it a joke? Are you about to say something? Are you about to say something? What is Opus? And Opus? Ancient history. It was an ancient city in Mesopotamia located near the Tigris River close to modern Baghdad. It was a strategic and commercial hub and was the site of the Battle of Opus, where Cyprus the Great of Persian defeated Babylonians. They'd be killing people with GHB in the hospitals over here in England. Really, in the hospitals? You never heard of the UK addiction being as bad as in North America? I might have just made that up, so take that into account. Sometimes I'd just be saying shit that I heard from an angel. Do other countries have fentanyl? Let's see. Do other countries have fentanyl? Oh, opioids. Sorry, I read them wrong. Oh, did I ever try them? No. I remember somebody gave me kratom one time, and I tried that in like a tea, and I just felt like so like loopy. I was like, holy shit. It was almost like, I don't know. I didn't really like it. I kind of wanted it to go away. I couldn't find any credible substance. Oh my gosh, this fucking thing. Do other countries have fentanyl so I can get some when I'm there? Saul with a 10. Casey comes back. Who's coming back? Who is it? Tell me. The World Health Organization says fentanyl is used in many countries for pain management. Illicit control. Many countries are experiencing a problem with illicit fentanyl, meaning fentanyl produced outside legal medical channels and others often used recreationally or mixed with other drugs. The U.S. has seen a large crisis of overdose deaths, including illicit fentanyl. Illegal supplies are often trafficked from places like China and Mexico. Yeah, what if that's like how China destroys the United States, is they're like, let's just bring it to Mexico and then bring it in there. Latin America, some countries that are reporting growing problems with medical fentanyl availability versus illicit use. Europe, while the opioid situation there is different than North America, fentanyl and fentanyl analogs are present, controlled, and monitored. Hey Zella, what's up, dude? Oh, wait. Better call Saul in case he comes back. So, like, is Saul coming back? Or Jesus? The UK has been compromised. The old system now is designed to be against indigenous. Interesting. That's scary. Do you guys think the zombie apocalypse is actually a drug crisis? Who knows? Maybe something will just like trigger one day. Did I watch the NFL today? Yeah, I saw a few game outcomes. I didn't really get to watch too much though. Oh yeah, I don't know, did you guys hear about like this one, I think Moist Critical covered it, but this one guy had kind of gone into the data and showed that like on August 10th, views that were registered on like desktop had a notable drop, because everyone across YouTube, I guess, is seeing like a drop in their views, and they all noticed it was specifically data indicated from August 10th or something on desktop. So I don't exactly know what that would indicate. Some people were saying that it's because of the removal of like ad blocker, and that they don't include ad blocker views into like your overall viewership, which would be kind of lame. But can I Google a drug for you? Which one? Maybe the weather was just nice. Well, it's just like everyone, you know. Ludwig too. Yeah, everybody's like having down spike in views, which is sad. I mean, I guess overall revenue is not that much different, so that would be kind of indicatory of like ad blocker differences. If you look at the stats by 2015, England will have 15. Yeah, it's crazy. They just bite the mic. Yeah. Fuck the son of a butts. Philadelphia's famous for it. I've seen people walk like that in Ontario too. Oh yeah, the Kensington Square. I'm about to drool on it. Alright, I gotta get locked in. What the fuck am I doing? I'm gonna be up all night. Dad says that Mr. Rockford, whose hands had been crippled by arthritis, was able to reopen his store for another 3 years after Pastor Trent shook hands with him. Now, you might think Pastor Bake would have a problem with Trent setting up his tent revival in the nearby field, but even though attendance dropped to 4, including the organist, he seemed to appreciate the break, according to Grandpa's friend Steve, who still attended. Everyone else, though, was completely won over by Pastor Trent, and from the way Dad tells it, who could blame them? Now, bear in mind, Dad was a 16-year-old boy at this time, and even the most well-behaved Christian teen has other things on their mind than going to church all the time. But at least the way he remembers it, Dad would actively get excited about going to the tent revival each week. And then, one Sunday, something weird happened. Pastor Trent was doing his usual energetic routine, talking about how God loves us, how he's watching over the soldiers overseas and his soldiers in our country. And then Trent gets very quiet. Just full silence falls over the tent. Dad swears blind, on his life, that it felt like the heat in that place started creeping up and up and up. I mean, sure, it was summer, and they were in this big canvas tent and it was standing room only, but it had never been that unbearably hot before. You could see people starting to sweat. Old Mrs. Crabjoy even wobbled against her son-in-law and looked like she might actually faint. Pastor Trent froze at the front. He gripped the sides of the platform and looked up, and to the left, it was almost like he was listening to somebody that nobody else could hear. Dad says that you could have heard a pin drop. Nobody wanted to break the silence. Nobody even coughed. And then Pastor Trent clapped his hands together, making half the congregation jump. He started to say something and then stopped, like the words caught in his esophagus. He clears his throat and started again. "It's time for the church to move on," he murmurs. No, not he murmurs. Oh, you want to know? You want to hear something that was like such bad news? Getting so much bad news lately. But my dear friend, my dearest friend, one of my dear friends, my friend that's a deer. God, my throat's dry. He sent me a picture of his cock. No, I'm just kidding. He sent me like a thing that he got at from the hospital because he had like neck pain while he was bench pressing, and I was like, oh shit, what happened? And then it was like, I read it, and it was like basically talking about like some pretty severe occlusions within like the ascending, what the hell was it? The ascending cerebral artery. So like the two major arteries that like go up your neck, or two of the major ones, they were like occluded, and that like basically I think there's some damage in there or whatever, and that if he's not careful, he could have like massive stroke, like a massive stroke. And he's like 1 year younger than me, so he's like 34, you know. I don't know, I was just like, fuck, dude, that's, I mean, you know, it's just, I don't know, it's very, just like surreal. It's like almost like it came out of nowhere, and I only get to see him like every so often, but his family just has like a really severe history of cardiovascular issues, right? And so like this like massive sort of, yeah, I mean, basically I think they can get him on like antiplatelet, like blood thinners and stuff, and then he might have some sort of surgery of the neck to, I don't know, either heal whatever issues have occurred within that artery, or I'm not really sure exactly what the plan is. Bro, your voice makes you sound mid-20s max. I mean, I do look and act much younger than 35 for sure, but I think it's mainly just because I've been fortunate where like I've lifted weights for a long time and get a lot of sleep. Like I know, I sometimes kind of wonder how insane I would go if I did have kids and never get the sleep that you are used to. But, you know, I guess I kind of just have to do it. I don't know why this makes me want to lose weight even more. I mean, it should. I mean, you know, it's, well, especially if it's like a health history thing, it just makes you think, like, I don't know. Sometimes shit just hits you. It's very scary. Fucking crazy. Because he's like really skinny. He's not like super skinny. I mean, he's skinny. He's like a skinny dude. You see him, he's like normal body shape. Just normal. And, I don't know. This is good news. Better to find out. Not post-stroke. I know. I thought about that. I was like, let me read it. Let me actually read. If I can freaking find the... Sorry. It's just scary as hell. Scary as hell. It's also scary as poop. Let me scroll. Let's do a quick scrolling. So it says, there is a short segment, severe, greater than 70% stenosis of the right vertebral artery at the C2 level. So like C2 is cervical spine 2, which is towards your, you know, in your neck, right? And then there's a 70% stenosis, meaning like occlusion or blockage, on like the, you know, the thing that delivers blood, the artery that delivers blood up to your brain. It's like, what the fuck? And he had just like neck pain, you know. And then there's a short segment dissection of the right vertebral artery in the C1. So literally like his artery had like gotten cut or something, or injured to the point that it's like actually cut. And I'm just like, what the fuck? But then it says the visualized proximal portions of the major intracranial arteries appear patent. So that's, the arteries above that are fine, but it's just like, I don't know. I don't know, man. If he dies, like, that would just probably be, like, too much for me, honestly. Because he's, like, if you met this dude, his name's actually Charlie. I feel bad, man. But his name actually, I'm not even joking, like, his name is Charlie. Chuck, call him. And, man, yeah, I don't know. If he goes out, like, this early for some fucking stupid ass, like, or even worse, like he has like some massive stroke and then he's just like he's just so fucking funny, dude. This guy's so funny. Everybody loves him. You know what I mean? He just rocks all the time. Just like always really thoughtful, always really like sensitive, intelligent, and good. And just like, and he's the father of like 2 young daughters, you know what I mean? Like who are only like not even, I think the one's not even 3 yet, you know? I don't know, man. He's from Texas. No, he's not, but anyways. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. I'm glad he got caught early and we can figure it out, but it's just, I don't know, it's so weird when someone like brings to you like an issue of their health where it's just like completely unwarranted, completely out of nowhere, and you just kind of like are there like, fuck, I literally don't know what to do for you. I'm just gonna have to like sit here and watch and wait for, I don't know. Keep him in your prayers. It's time for the church to move on, he said, and these murmurs ran through the crowd, and this Pastor Trent waved his hands to settle everyone down and then announced that next week would be the final service before they moved on from the town. Of course, everyone was devastated and nobody knew why. Trent and his choir ushered everyone from the tent and they were barely speaking. And for the next week, the town was just awash with gossip. What had happened? Why had the pastor frozen mid-sermon like that? Had he been listening to the voice of God? Now remember, this was 1970, so there was no Bluetooth earpieces. Reese's Pieces. Doctor told me that I had a brain tumor and was wrong, and I panicked and asked about my crush the next day because I thought I was gonna die. Did it work out? Did you guys go on a date? That's fucking cool. Maybe asking him out like healed your tumor really quick. He needs a great surgeon. Fuck, dude. Fuck, man. Fuck, I need to look this up, actually. No, I don't. Fuck, man, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. Now remember, this was 1970s, so there were no Bluetooth earpieces or anything like that. Everyone was poised for the final service next Sunday. Maybe there would be answers. In the meantime, Pastor Bake was on a decline. On the Wednesday, he was found stumbling around the town square at night, 3 sheets to the wind, rambling about how the devil was here to take us all away from him. And the sheriff had to lock the poor old guy up in some drunk tank and try to get some sense out of him. And now the sheriff was Grandpa's old pal, so Dad, hearing this from Grandpa secondhand, apparently the sheriff flat out asked Bake if he was talking about Pastor Trent. If Trent was the devil come to take us away. Pastor Bake said no, it wasn't Trent. Trent was a man of God. The townsfolk arrived at the tent that Sunday, at least most of them did, and the tent was still there. Pastor Trent was not, though. The whole place had been cleared out, the pews were all tossed around and knocked over, and the pew at the front, or not the pew, what is the pulpit. The pulpit. Oh, the poopit. It's where you go up to the pulpit so you can talk shit. The townsfolk arrived at the town with the electric. Oh wait. Cleared the. Oh yeah. The pews were all tossed around and knocked over. The pulpit had been smashed, but the electric organ was gone, and so was the generator. So were the trailers that the pastor and his crew had stayed in. They'd left early and clearly in a hurry. And then someone named Jerry Charlton came running up. Had anyone seen his wife, he asked. He thought that she'd left for church before him, but he couldn't see her in the crowd. She was pregnant with his kid, so where else could she be? And then a few other parishioners showed up. The school mistress, Mrs. Backlin, her husband was missing. And then a few other parishioners showed up. The school mistress, her husband was missing. He was a meek, timid man who everyone joked had married a battle axe. And as the day went on, it came to pass that 12 people had disappeared along with Pastor Trent and his choir. Most of them were people who had been in unhappy relationships. One of them was an 18-year-old girl who, rumor had it, was being abused by her stepdad. One of the two of the missing had no scandalous gossip surrounding them, but like Dad said, you just never know. It soon became the popular explanation that somehow all these people would run away with Pastor Trent and his church. And then talk extended to Pastor Trent himself. The Manson family had recently dominated the news, obviously, with their murder of Sharon Tate. Was Pastor Trent even really a pastor? Or was he some kind of cult leader like Charlie who lured vulnerable people away with false pretenses? A lot of this gossip occurred in the most natural meeting place for the whole town, church. Pastor Bake was back on his feet by this time, and it seemed like his time in the drunk tank had scared him a little straight. He was no longer gay. My dad is a retired doctor, so I know firsthand that they just have normal flawed people like anyone else. Yeah, for sure. Doctors, a lot of not to put you down your dad or anything, but a lot of doctors they get this God complex, and they're usually like addicted to pills or something, and they're just fucking crazy. I keep seeing things about Alberta wanting to bounce from Canada. Is there any validity to this or just online BS? Who knows, man? Who knows? What's up, Justin? What are you doing? Someone said pumpkin is a fruit. Yeah, how did they determine? Is it like the type of seeds or something? What's up, Astral? How you doing? Pastor Bake was back on his feet by this time, and it seemed like his time in the drunk tank had scared him a little straight. And when he overheard the pastor, "Is hot dog a sandwich?" And when he overheard the talk about Pastor Trent, it was like the old fiery Pastor Bake of yore had returned. How dare people say this about a man like Pastor Trent? Trent was one of God's soldiers. The devil had been coming to our town and had his sights set on the missing 12. And like an angelic Pied Piper, Pastor Trent had led them to Heaven's Gate. Of course, this explanation did not sit well with pretty much anyone and doesn't sit right with Dade. Dade. He's my Dade. Everyone meet my father. Your streams are always good. Listen to so many fun ideas. Thanks, Ike. Appreciate you. We just riffing. Does anyone want to riff with me? I remember being so excited about having visited Vancouver, Canada as a child. That was until later my mom said, no, we went to Vancouver, Washington. Oh, that's funny. You went with your dad. Oh, man, I need to be reassembled. Please don't riff in the hot tub. Of course, this explanation did not sit well with pretty much anyone and doesn't sit right with Dad to this day. I mean, that could mean anything, couldn't it? Were these people victims of abuse who Trent helped save? Is that what Pastor Bake believed in regards to the devil coming for them? And what did he mean by leading them to Heaven's Gate? There is an addendum to this weird and unusual tale, though. Everyone who disappeared was a grown adult, and there was no evidence of foul play. Given the volume of people who disappeared and the testimonies that they all had troubled family lives, the cops weren't prepared to treat any of it as a missing persons case. But Jerry Charlton wouldn't leave it at that, and he scoured the damn country looking for Pastor Trent and his tent revival church. Every time he returned home, he had absolute murder in his eyes, vowing that whenever he found Trent, he would demand answers about his wife and then send the man to the Lord himself. It took him almost 8 years, but he found them. None of the missing people were present at the tent revival, but not only that, Jerry Charlton refused to talk about what transpired when he finally met Pastor Trent again. All he would tell us is that Pastor Trent was a man of God, and that whenever our missing loved ones... Bollocks! Bollocks! Gadzooks! Gadzooks! There should be another game, or Dr. Urethra, or whatever his name is, from Luigi's Mansion, is in the game, or something. What would that game be, though? Question mark. Do you have a large Canadian fan base? Like overweight, or what? All he would tell us is that Pastor Trent was a man of God, and that whenever our missing loved ones... All he would tell us is that Pastor Trent was a man of God, and that wherever our missing loved ones were, they were in a better place. Dad's theory is that Pastor Trent and his choir were running some kind of underground railroad for victims of domestic abuse. I've heard of traveling tent revival churches doing similar things, albeit many, many years later. I think I agree with Dad. Pastor Trent was helping people escape their bad situations, and maybe Pastor Bake even knew about it. And that's what he meant about the devil, because maybe all those people who disappeared were at the end of their rope, so to speak. But even if that is true, even if Pastor Trent did lead these people to a better life, it still chills me to think about it. Because Jerry... You ever done a gig or been in a band as vocals? I haven't. No, that sounds like it'd be fun, though. I wonder what I would do. The reader. As someone is doing screamo stuff, I'm in the background going, and then you wouldn't believe what happened. It was so spooky, it was so spooky, it was so spooky. It is weird sometimes to think maybe to like a certain degree the content that I put out is a little bit like music. I guess. Maybe it's not. What did I do today? I don't even know, dude. What did I do? Oh, yeah, I went to a cidery. Well, not even a cidery, like a brewery. Had some cider, talked about things, walked around. I was talking to my friend, and she was like long distance with some guy, and she was telling me about, like, it was like such a sad thing. And I was like, how's it going with so-and-so? And they were like, well, we kind of had a big argument. I was like, what happened? And I was like, well, when I went to visit him, it was at some, like, festival. And then, I'll see you, Astral, take care. And she went to some festival to see her boyfriend or whatever. And then, and then she said that their one thing, like their one deal breaker they had, and I guess they have sort of like an open relationship or something, is that if he has sex with her, he can't go and have sex with someone else that same day. That's the one big fucking rule, and I'm like, wow. That's kind of strict, don't you think? Did you watch the Canelo Crawford fight last night? I did not. No. I don't know. I was like, bro, I was like, these open fucking polygamy type relationships or whatever they are, just never, they never work out. But I felt bad for her because I don't know, she's just like an extraordinarily patient person to like deal with that. Also, long distance is just, it's kind of fucking exhausting as well. Because Jerry Charlton had murder in his eyes every single time he set out in pursuit of that church. And then when he finally found Pastor Trent again, he returned a changed man and would never speak about why. There's one thing Dad and I know for sure. Whatever happened between Jerry Charlton and Pastor Trent, it sure as heck put the fear of God into him. Jake Paul versus Canelo 2050. That song, she just feels like a flashing neon sign that reads, I want all the drama. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And I kind of talked about it, like, I was like, what, because she was like trying to figure out, like, what is it about us humans that get so jealous of like other, like other people encroaching upon your mate of sorts. Like, what is that about us? Like, what is like the biological evolutionary reasoning in which we get like jealous of another person taking our sex partner away from us? What's up, Naomi? We need a forced period of time for celibacy, like a national holiday. It's like a month or so for mental health. Not happening. I'll be out on the prowl. Possessiveness is a derivative of territorialism that's bred into instinctually from a bygone. So like, we just kind of like view the people as territory, like sexual territory. I have nothing against it. And for people who can make it work, cheers to them. It just really doesn't work for most people, even the people who are so sure it will. Yeah. Thought I wasn't going to drink. I mean, I just had one cider at this thing, and it was all they had available. I wanted to drink caffeine there, but they ain't got none. Insecurities. Yeah, but I mean, like, what is the insecurities? What is it like? I can only assume it's like your desire to like kind of claim somebody as your procreative partner, right? I don't know. Are you supporting the Mayweather versus Tyson fight? Oh my god, listening to that, Mayweather versus Tyson. Is that real? I thought Tyson was done, dude. I mean, his shit against Jake Paul was like a joke. He was supposed to make me proud and completely like turn Jake Paul into like mush, like actually blow his head off, and then he didn't, and it seemed like he was biting his gloves the whole time, and it just made me lose all faith in whatever the fuck boxing is in general. It all boils down to control. Yeah, but I guess why? Why do we want control? I mean, all I can think is like if you find a procreative partner or whatever, and I'm really saying this because I don't think it's necessarily wrong at all. I do believe in monogamy, and I think people are generally more comfortable in life by maintaining monogamy for sure. But at the same time, I'm just like trying to figure out like why. Like, we're so drawn to like spreading our genetic code all over the fucking cosmos, Puddle of Mud. It's because the Puddle of Mud hasn't made a new album. Power of Premonitions, How Knowing the Future Can Shape Our Lives, or Larry Dossey, Don't Mind, How Our Individual Mind is Part of a Greater Consciousness, Why It Matters. Fun read. Can you see the future? Insecurity is simplistic, but I believe people allow themselves to be ruled by feeling, and cheating seems to be too common, which breeds insecurity. Yeah. It's just weird that we even call it cheating, like the concept, like linguistically, like the concept of like cheating. You cheated. We were playing a game with each other and you broke the rules. But at the same time, I agree with the rules. It makes sense. Just odd to like even become Muslim. You have 4 wives. That'd be kind of, I don't know. That honestly sounds stressful. Who wants to have like 4 people yapping in your ear? Is it about control, or is it like making a pie for your person and they eat the pie with someone else? Like having a pie meant for you and your person to share, so intimate. Pie is a bad example. That's true. They go eat somebody else's stuff, and yeah, I mean, it's just, I guess it's just, yeah, it's just the idea of security makes sense, where you want to be secure with your partner, and both in like safety, but also in a familial unit. You know, I don't know. Oh, I didn't say the pie thing. That was Sonomi. She's the writer. I think because it's a lot of work to have a relationship, who wants to keep doing that over and over? The idea is exhausting. Yeah, if you really like somebody, you know what I mean? It's like, I definitely get it. Like, I definitely get it. You're like, this is great. But if it's not, I mean, it seems like statistically it won't always be that way, so. You believe Muslims can have multiple wives, am I wrong? Well, I mean, it just depends, you know, in the same way that there's variations between like Mormons and all the different subsects of Christianity. And I mean, you go all over, like, you know, Islam in like Somalia is going to be like wildly different than like Islam in Qatar, you know, or Qatar and Arab Emirates and all that kind of stuff, or Pakistan and fucking Afghanistan and Iran, you know, the Persian, like, you know what I mean? Like, they'll sit there and argue with each other about who's Persian, who's the true Persians, the Pakistanis or the Iranians, or, you know what I mean? Just like all sorts of like weird, I mean, every group has like internal quarrels, and they all have like variations and interpretations, and you're always going to get a different answer from the 7 different people. Relationships are supposed to last for 7 years, then when human children are fully self-sufficient. Oh, and then you just go on. Back to my question, do polygamous cultures get to assign a wife of the month, and does she get her own parking? Yeah, she gets front row. She gets to press the button, the belly button. Old school relationships work better. Too many options and tools to cheat to stay in a stable relationship these days. Instant gratification over longevity. Yeah, true. I mean, who knows? Maybe some of our brains are just like so fried in regards to like novelty that even the idea of like sticking with one person is just like so incredibly foreign and boring to our brains. I want to convert to Islam and then go get to visit Mecca, but as soon as I get to the black cube, you know your psyche and you see if anybody gets... You know your psyche and see if anybody gets the joke. What's the joke? Same person since the mid-90s. It does still happen over here. Yeah, that's good. I'm happy for you. Honestly, I hope everybody can experience that, honestly. Just a sense of just continuity in life. Which is where open relationships are healthy. Don't fake monogamy because you feel you should. It's up to you. I guess up to the individual. I don't think I could ever be in an open relationship. I'd go bananas. Absolute Donkey Kong bonanza. Now cue someone telling me that I'm a bad person for thinking that. Okay. Now I need to be careful with what I say here because I don't want to bring hell itself down on me again. This was one of the most terrifying things I've ever gone through, and I don't want to risk even the slightest chance of the same people getting mad. Because, let me tell you, these people are horrifying. They're worse than anything you'll find on the dark web, and I would rather walk down a pitch-black street in the middle of Birmingham, naked, painted in day-glow paint, than have to face these horrors again. Now let me explain. I used to post a lot on Twitter, like terminally online a lot. I was one of those annoying bints who have an opinion on everything. Main character of the day? Best believe that I was there giving my 2 pence. Remember that bean dad guy who wouldn't give his lass a can opener? I do not remember the bean dad guy. Bean dad guy. Can you submit stories? Yeah, absolutely. Let's read. Submissions@gmail.com. Are you going to do a new Scandinavian video? Like solely named Scandinavian stories? Open relationships will ruin your self-esteem. Yeah, I can't imagine like that. I would just like feel so cool about somebody else fucking my girlfriend. Dude, that was so cool watching you bang her. Thanks for doing that, dude. High five. We dab up. Let it happen. Alright, come on over. Remember that bean dad guy who wouldn't give his lass a can opener or whatever? I barely remember it, but I do remember that I wrote a 7-tweet thread about the guy. What else was there? Oh, the black and gold or white and blue, that dress, Yanny or Laurel. I used to tweet at bloody Stephen Fry and Neil Gaiman that we were pal. Neil Gaiman? Neil straight up gay man? Neil Gaiman, okay. Who is Gaiman? Okay, sorry. You guys do demon stories? I know it sounds weird, but it's like trust. I'm trusting. I'm in maximum trust mode right now. Send them in. Let's read submissions@gmail.com. I used to tweet at bloody Stephen Fry and Neil Gaiman like we were pals. Yeah, that second one aged right well. Yeah, that second one aged right well. Now, one thing I really loved was the trending topics and hashtags. It was almost like a delicious menu of completely meaningless crap that I just have to have an opinion on, whether I actually had an opinion on it or not. I mean, why the hell did I get into a 2-day long... why the hell did I get into a 2-day long row with people about the YouTuber Ninja? I still told him to go suck a Dennis, thanks autocorrect, and managed to get into a row with Ninja's stance. Now the best part is, I thought the hashtag was about the guy from Die Antwoord. What are they fucking talking about? The fuck are they talking about? Die Antwoord? Guys, is this a thing? I don't know how to say it. It's making me insecure. Die Antwoord? You don't know is it Die Antwoord or Die Antwood? And why would we want the ant's wood to die? Oh, what the fuck is that thing? Is it a girl? With a weird haircut? She looks like a serial killer. Jesus Christ. She's gonna kill her barber first, probably, huh? Die Antwoord. Die Ant. Like aunt? I'm looking it up on the internet. 1 second. They got it. Let's go. Die Antwoord. Oh, she's Afrikaans. Alright, makes sense. Die Antwoord. It's pretty cool. She looks like a character from like Cyberpunk. tattoo. Tattoo on her fingers that just says, fuck you. Fuck you and your misogynistic, polytheistic, Reese's peanut butter cupistic society. You frickers. You frickers. All I do is drink my Diet Dr. Pepper. That's one of her songs. Alright. God, because everybody's... I'm making a mess. They were in the movie Chappie, but they were horrible people IRL. I don't know anything, man. I don't know shit. Honestly, the less I know, the better about everything. Unless I'm like ever connected to like social media or like famous people, life is just so much better. Okay. D. Anford. How do you say this stinking name? D. Anford. Is that how you say it? Or is that's the Afrikaans? Okay. Oh my god. The best part is, I thought the hashtag was about the guy from D. Anford. And I don't give a crap about Fortnite, but I sure as hell know a lot about Tyler Ninja Blevins, after his fans told me numerous ways in which I deserve to get touched. All of this pales in comparison to the really terrifying event I got myself into, though, and it was for equally stupid reasons. I can't even explain who I'm talking about exactly, but I'll just say this. The hashtag I saw was a color combination I don't like, and it also happens to be a band, a pop band, of the K variety. Now the irony is, after this whole incident, I actually listened to them and do love them. I also really love that one song by Rose about meeting her at Appa Tappa Tay. Oh my god, I don't fucking give a shit. Oh my god. Oh, pop culture. Pop culture. Pop culture. Have you want to hear about pop culture? Pop culture. Pop culture. Be entertained. Be entertained. I have short bangs. My bangs go right up to my scalp. Cornrow style bangs. Do I take inquests? Yes, please send them to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Jingle the keys. Alright, what the fuck is this? Appa Tappa Tay. I'm about to jump off a freaking cliff. You know what? Who gives a fuck if I say anything correct ever? You guys are passed out by this point in the video anyways. And I'm standing over top you. You don't even know I'm in your room. Okay. I also really love that song by Rose about meeting her at the Appa Tappa Tay. Hopefully this is now clear enough without me quite saying any keywords that'll get me flagged up on Reddit, or if I'm especially lucky, if you include this in a video. Now anyway, what I saw was the hashtag of the band name, and I thought that it meant the color combination. So anyways, what I saw was the hashtag of the band name, and I thought that it meant the color combination, so I posted hashtag band name effing sucks. And then I logged off, thought nothing of it, and went and had dinner. And then I logged off, thought nothing about it, and went and had dinner with my boyfriend because, What the fuck is this saying? Holy shit, it's just so fucking... Fuck, man. You get demonetized for saying sewer slide? Yeah, I remember like any sort of description about how someone may or may not harm themselves, or even like any sort of implication to it. I remember the one video I had where it was like they had a knife pen, and in the, it was like He had a knife pen and he was going to hurt himself, and like the video got demonetized and age restricted. I'm like, Jesus fuck. I had to like take the whole last video down and just like bleep that part out just to like, because once your video gets age restricted, you're just fucked. The video's not, no one's seeing that video. 6'7", 6'7". Reddit is their full-time job. Can we skip? I think something's gonna happen, so I gotta stick with it. But thank you, Saul, for the 5. Appreciate you. Okay, lock in. Then I logged off, thought nothing of it, and went and had dinner with my boyfriend. When I next checked my phone and saw 99 plus notifications from Twitter, I had a sinking feeling. Could people really be that mad that I didn't like the color combination? So before even unlocking my phone, I said to my boyfriend, holy crap, I tweeted that I don't like black and pink together and I think people are really mad at me. He looked at me. He looked at me like I just told him that I'd run over a dog, and that's when I knew that I had absolutely effed up and was about to find out. He asked me if I was sure that's what I said, or if I said that I didn't like a very similar sounding band. I said that I didn't really know, and that's when he explained to me what K-pop stands are. Considering what a terminally online dumbass I am, how this escaped me baffles me to this day. We looked at my phone together, and it may have shown 99 plus notifications on my display screen, but in reality, it was well over 1,000 tweets. I can't even repeat some of the things that they told me should happen to me. I was told that I should be peeled apart from various orifices. One person wrote a 10-tweet fanfiction about me choking on centipedes, which they dug up from my profile and found out that I actually had a phobia of. Of course, this also involved a bunch of people sending me photos of said insects, the British and American kind. And you ever seen the first Terrifier movie? One Twitter user sent me a gif of the girl being sawn in half by Art the Clown up the middle. If you've seen it, you know what I mean, and they sent this to me 14 times. Thankfully, my DMs were set to public, but that didn't stop, or weren't set to public. Public. Are you guys saying K-pop is a cult? Joel, I've been cheating on you with 3 other storytellers. Please forgive me. Christina, you know that this is a monogamous relationship. You have broken my trust. And I forgive you. K-Poop Demon Hunter. K-Poop Poop Hunter. Can we submit a story through pictures because we don't know how to read and write? Yeah, I guess you could kind of like tell it to me with like cave art. Show me that you were chased by like a saber-toothed tiger or something. Have you ever heard of Ant Hill Kids Cult? I have not, no. K-pop, it was that Kansas pop. Yeah, I think it comes out of Kansas. Thankfully, my DMs weren't set to public, but that didn't stop a few people I did follow from sending me abuse as well. No friends, of course, but just some folks that I had pleasant interactions with in the past. And the abuse didn't just stop. And the abuse did not stop. In the end, as much as it pained me to do so, I deleted my Twitter altogether. Over 10,000 banger posts completely gone. But of course, then they'd found my Instagram, my Facebook, my poor old mom's Facebook, my LinkedIn, they found the coffee shop where I worked, and that's where a big revelation came from actually. I got called into work and my boss, who was thankfully a good friend of mine, told me to listen to this. Our answering machine was full, and the things these people were saying were vile, terrifying, and threatening, or they would have been if not for the fact that about 80% of the callers were clearly under the age of 14. Yeah, I was being harassed and tormented by literal tweens. Some of them were older, sure, and there was some very camp-sounding Irish guy who went into detail about eating my toes. I asked my boss what she wanted to do. I offered to quit, and she said no freaking way, mostly because it wouldn't help. These people were nutso children, and they were going to keep calling whether I actually worked there or not. Instead, she and my boyfriend just sort of frog marched me to the local cop shop and... Frog march, what the fuck is it? They hop there, they hippity-hip-scop there. I put my fingers into my eyes. Netflix is picking up internet garbage. Children are being fed awful content. What internet garbage is Netflix picking up? I guess the enshittification of everything is just going to continue to be as such. Hey, Drewsy, what's up? It's the only thing. I do actually wish I knew the lyrics to that. I've listened to your videos. Have you considered voice work? I want to. I want to be an anime guy so bad. Whether or not that'll ever happen, only time will tell. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. Oh, no. Got home from the movies, but Long Walk, loved it. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's Stephen King. Nice. Voice in movies or video games? I would love to be in everything, honestly. Love to be in, like, Halo and shit like that, you know what I mean? But I'd love to also be in the Mario movie, or, you know what I mean? Just fucking anything, anime, just do it all. It just seems like so much more manageable of a task sometimes, being in just like various projects, telling you guys to go listen to it, and then it's like, oh, it was fucking sick. I heard you in The Long Walk animated. Your motorcycle was built by the guitarist from Slipknot. He dropped it and sold it back to Harley. That's crazy. Nah, hey Evan, thank you, dude. Instead, she and my boyfriend fought... Instead, she and my boyfriend frog marched me to the local cop... What is a cop shop? What the fuck is that? You're gonna recommend me to be in NBA 2K and WWE 2K? Thanks, dude. That'd be sick. Instead, she and my boyfriend frog marched me to the local cop shop, and we told them everything. Turns out, there's not a lot that the cops can do when you're either being harassed by feral kids. Oh my god, I'm starting to check out mentally. Turns out there's not a lot that the cops can do when you're being harassed by feral kids. The sheer volume of weirdos harassing me had to mean that it was being organized from somewhere, but trying to pinpoint where was absolutely impossible. Where do K-pop kiddies even go to hang out? Tumblr? I have no idea, and neither did the cops, and there was nothing they could do or would do. Then it died down. The cult of K-pop kiddies decided to leave me alone. What a relief. The scary story was over, and we'll let that be a lesson to you. Don't insult a band. At least that I... K-pop kitty. That's my K-pop band. Dude, talk to Riot Games people. They seem to be open to working with a ton of people and have sometimes put out requests for voice talent, music, and otherwise. That'd be sick. Sick nasty. Organized K-pop crime. K-pop is an Illuminati scheme? What do you mean? Oh, JK. Illuminati scheme in the UK. I don't know. I think we're close to like figuring out exactly like how to get some degree of representation. I mean, working with like UTA, there is the hope of making those connections to, I don't know. I guess it's just got to happen. I mean, I do have a meeting at one point to discuss like publishing related to like what's it called? Like a graphic novel, which I think would be really sick as like horror anthology stuff that then you could like reference or maybe even like QR code it, and then it takes you to the YouTube channel to like listen to the stories and stuff. Obviously that'll be like some time seeing how that like all pans out and stuff, but that would be pretty sick. Some little, I would love to be a part of like cool projects like that, you know. What time is it? It's 2:34 or 2:30 a.m. Then it died down. The cult of K-pop kitties decided to leave me alone. What a relief. Scary story over. Let that be a lesson to you. Don't insult a band. At least I came out of it unscathed. Just kidding. If you've ever run afoul of bored tween stan culture, what the fuck? Miss Rage, thank you for the 2 vibes. Thank you. Still involved with the chilling app. I don't do the chilling app anymore, but I still think it's cool. Are you cool with losing your anonymity, potentially with involvement of some other projects, or would you turn those down? I just had to talk to the person about it, you know what I mean? See what's expected, all that kind of stuff. But it would be neat to just be like a talent that's able to operate in the background of stuff. And just kind of like, I mean, if that's all they really need is the voice, then I don't really see a need for throwing someone's face around. It's your 35th birthday next Sunday. Maybe I'll be here. Heck yeah. I'm glad to have you. Welcome to the club. The club. Just kidding. If you've ever run afoul of bored tween stan culture, you know that they don't stop at norm. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Why is this so hard to read, bro? I don't understand this. It's like stream of consciousness writing sometimes is so fucking hard to like keep up with in my head. Just kidding. If you've ever run afoul of bored tween stan, there's so many fucking words like combined into one. What's funny is on Joel's OnlyFans you only get to see his face, never hear his voice. Right, so you have no idea it's even me. Can you ask a question? Sure. Just kidding. If you've ever run afoul of bored tween stan culture, you know they don't stop at normal things like death threats and harassment. And just when I thought it was safe to go back to normal, I went downstairs one morning to see something strange sticking through my letterbox. I got closer, wondering what the hell it was. Someone had shoved a dead pigeon halfway through my letterbox. It had gotten stuck, but not before, well, the viscera had squished out of its beak. And judging from the state of decomposition, I'm pretty sure that the pigeon had been dead for a while, so at least I don't have its death on my conscience. I tried to convince myself that it was just some coincidence. Some other random lunatic had shoved a dead pigeon through my door. But no, of course not. When I extricated the cadaver from its resting place, I found a black and pink ribbon tied around its neck. There was no question, and surely this wasn't some little kid. Of course, we told the cops, who dusted for fingerprints and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if they actually dusted the letterbox or the dead pigeon or what, but unsurprisingly, they found nothing. And that same day, my boyfriend got a Ring doorbell, and I guess that scared them off because nothing else happened at our home. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end, though. One day, I was on the other side of town picking up some supplies from the coffee shop that I worked at as an assistant manager. I'd parked down a side street and gone in to see a supplier who hooked us up with a particular brand of imported coffee. Copy. Chat, is this real? What's your favorite Beatles song? is my day in life. Oh yeah, I said it last time. Do you guys remember what I said? It was actually someone asked me last stream about Beatles. What was the one that I said? Eleanor Rigby, was it? Eleanor Rigby. Hippity-da-bitty-dee-bitty-dee. Yeah, let's look. Eleanor Rigby lyrics. I can't fucking type! Oh, here they are. Can't click shit. Can't go into a website. Internet fucking sucks. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream. Waits at the window, wearing the face that she keeps in a jar by the door. Who is it for? All the lonely people. Where do they all come from? All the lonely people. Where do they all belong? For the Mackenzie. Where's the good part? It's all good, honestly. Died in the church, was buried along with her name. Yeah, I don't even fucking remember. Can't do shit syndrome, true. Starts a political podcast, shows his face, and becomes U.S. president. You know that's not gonna happen. If I don't get the support of a certain lobbying group, I'm never gonna get to be in charge of nothing. Effing Dawn, thank you for this. Give us the chills voice, please. Eleanor Rigby died in the church and was buried along with her name. Nobody came. Wink, wink. Father Mackenzie, wiping the dirt from his hands as he walks from the grave. No one was saved. No one was saved. That's how I say the word buried. How do you say it? Buried. You want me to say buried? It's a literal U, though. You gotta say buried. Burr cold. That's how it's said. He was buried in the backyard. I'm inventing a new accent. I'm gonna be head of a radical leftist vegan cult. Ah! It's true. Doing this over the years. Thanks, man. I mean, I got nothing else going on, honestly. And YouTube's the only thing that makes me feel like there's a routine in my existence. So that's kind of cool. Otherwise, I'd probably bury myself in a 6-foot grave. Don't you run out of stories and ideas? No, because everyone keeps doing scary shit and sending it in. Got years and years of backlog bullshit we're digging through. There's Joel's Gyat. Real. Shoot your slingshot at it and watch it ripple in super slow-mo with the slow-mo guys. Oh my god, that's what the slow-mo guys should do. That's a YouTube channel, right? They should just have people slapping really big Brazilian butt lift asses in slow motion. Do you think they would ever do that for OnlyFans content? It doesn't even have to be OnlyFans. I feel like maybe they'd want to collaborate. Does my goat jiggle when you brush your teeth? My goat tea, it jiggles. I'd parked down a side street and gone in to see our supplier, who hooked us up with a particular brand of imported coffee that no one else in town had. And as such, we had a kind of friendly relationship, So I hung out with the guys for half an hour, telling them about the weird crap that I'd been experiencing. When I emerged from the back of their warehouse in this absolutely nowhere side street that nobody ever went down, my car had been spray painted. Now I'm sure you can guess the two colors that adorned my little Honda Accord. "The cult remembers," is what it said on the windscreen. I called the cops again, and holy heck, not only was there a security camera in the alley, but it was working too. This time the K-pop cult member wasn't some tween girl, but was in fact an adult man. I never saw him myself, and the cops handled it all because there was no need for me to be involved. He made no attempt to hide his face, probably because he had no idea that there was a security camera watching him. And I can only imagine how the officers reacted watching a grown man who I'm told was in his early 40s leaping around my car and spray painting pink and black graffiti all over it. Was he dressed in band merch? I wish I knew. It made me think, if lunatic fans like this can behave this terrifyingly towards me, what must it be like for the artists themselves? Imagine being Taylor Swift, for example, knowing that a muscly bearded guy is out there threatening to kill people if they wrong you. What would it take for his ire to be directed at his idol? It is kind of fascinating, getting that worked up about someone who makes music. Divine Jupiter with one. Hey Joel, how do you normally choose your stories? I just we kind of have topics we're looking for, and the people that kind of dig through them will search that kind of topics based on keyword, or if they're digging through stories, maybe they'll see ones that jump out and have ideas. I mean, honestly, you guys suggesting ideas does help because it sort of begins the process of what to look for. Who has their wisdom teeth removed? Me, 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 me. Does it jiggle when you brush your teeth? Yeah, it just sends ripple effects. It's like a butterfly effect all the way down to my asshole. I don't have the story ready, but I do have a 22-page document with events and details of the cult and the tactics they used against me due to the systemic corruption I've been fighting. This alone. Well, my suggestion is to try to get it down to maybe 10 pages or less. I have a team. Yeah, I have a team of quite a few people working in the background, trying to find all of your information. Have I watched Peacemaker? I have not, no. Where's the best place to hear your stories? Probably on podcast, I think, is the best audio quality, because one of the team members, Simon, aka Anect, is very talented. He makes things sound really good over there. Favorite color? Probably some type of green, I would say. I don't think Joel's an asshole. Thank you, I appreciate that. Did someone call me an a-hole? Do I have to tickle them? Do we have to go ass to ass real quick? Oh. Nobody said. She's just letting everyone know. Hey, just so you know, I don't think you're an asshole. Thank you. Podcast actual app. Which app is the best, you think? For podcasts? I actually don't know. Does any of them operate at 320 kilohertz and smirchin? I don't know. What's the highest quality audio? Let's look it up. Highest quality podcast platform. There is no single highest quality podcast platform. The best platform depends on your specific needs, such as recording quality, editing features, distribution, and monetization. For high-quality remote recording, platforms like Riverside.fm, Zencaster, and Squadcast are excellent. While for hosting the distribution, Buzzsprout, Podbean, Spotify for podcasters, and Captivate are top choices. I don't know. Which one's the best? They didn't say. Google Podcasts is the highest quality? I think they removed mine. They said I was gay. They gave me the finger. They bent over like a monkey, slapped their own ass, and gave me the finger. Fuck you, fuck you. Oh, fucking hell. Spotify is announcing lossless audio, but nobody has the ears or system to actually hear it. That is kind of actually hilarious. You need one of those like weird crystal fucking mixers with some like insane Sennheiser headphones. Apple Music streams in lossless, so it's the best. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Absolutely lossless. Streaming in lossless is kind of like, it's a crazy thing to do, right? It made me think, if lunatic fans like this can behave this terrifyingly towards me, what must it be like for the artists themselves? Imagine being Taylor Swift, for example, knowing that a muscly, bearded guy is out there threatening to kill people if they do you wrong. What would it take for his ire to be directed at his idol? Now, I wish the story had stopped there, but there was one more twist in this tale. A few months had passed, and it seemed like everything had died down. Life had gone back to normal. We were out at a bar together, and I went off to use the ladies' room. When I came back, a strange woman had sat next to my boyfriend at the bar. I watched from a distance, and I'm ashamed to say it, but I'm a little bit jealous of Is that supposed to describe Travis Kelce? Muscly man. No, I think is he a fan? Is he the super fan and is going to turn his ire against her? I don't know. The only way we could truly hear losses if we were sitting next to you in the same room. Bah. Did you hear that? See, they need smell-o-vision. You need to smell my fucking burps. I remember when a YouTuber got mad at the knowledge that he worked so hard to use specific audio just to find out that most of his views were on cell phones. That's awesome. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta fucking send it. It's giving chicken. It's giving Dr. Penis. Delicious. My favorite drink. Creamy Dr. Penis. From the PepsiCo. Unsubscribing. I watch from a distance, and I'm ashamed to say it, but I'm a little bit of a jealous person, and in fairness, in the past he's given me a reason to be jealous. So without thinking anything more of it than my boyfriend being hit on by a random woman, I just watched. She was all over him, touching his arm, laughing at his jokes, leaning in to whisper in his ear, and the asshole was eating it up like the chump he was. I watched, looking around the corner of the corridor leading to the loos as this woman reached down and began fondling my boyfriend. He didn't resist. He let her take a sip of his drink even, and then she leaned in and licked his frickin' ear. I just crept closer, and that's when I heard her say the thing. She said, "How you like that?" And it didn't hit me at first. Despite being a victim of stans, I didn't really pay attention to their music. But then the woman kissing my boyfriend on the side of the mouth reached into her purse and pulled out a little card. A two-tone card, you guessed it. This is so insane. But it's real, I imagine. Dr. Peanuts. Can't believe I'm still on. I know, I've been going for 4.5 hours. I'm a guy in the UK. I'm a huge fan from the Beatles, and I have every CD and records. I heard if you put Revolution 9, you'd be hunted, so I put it on. Wait, what's it? Mr. Mackenzie pulled down his pants and whipped out his willy. Nobody came. All the lonely people. What do they all? What do they all? What do they all have in common? Hey, see you, Veronica. Take care. Oh, fuck. I gotta get a fucking shower. It's been years. But then the woman, kissing my boyfriend on the side of the mouth, reached into her purse and pulled out a little card. A two-tone card. You guessed it. Black and pink. She tossed it down in front of him and walked away, but not before tipping me a little wink. So the cult of the band's stans had finally gotten their ultimate revenge. One of their nutjob fans had seduced my boyfriend right in front of me, and this sweetie little asshole had been enough of a horny freak to fall for it. The message was very clear and succinct. You play with fire, you're going to get burned. But consider this. This cult ranged from middle-aged men to attractive 20-something women to angry tweens, all of whom wanted to actively ruin my life because they thought I'd been insulting their favorite band. And if you remember, I wasn't even talking about the damn band, I was talking about the color combination. People be cray-cray, let's read, I swear to God. I don't use social media anymore because you hear about terrifying cults like the Anthill Gang or Jonestown, but the cult of celebrity, the Taylor Swift stans or the K-pop girlies or hell, I don't know, maybe even Bowling for Soup diehards, they're all lunatics. People can find anything to worship, and people can find anything to use as an excuse to go absolutely frothing crazy. Frothingly crazy, baby, yeah. I like to imagine that Austin Powers was a serial rapist, and he just was never caught. Alright guys, we got one more story left in the tank, and I'm gonna go take my magnesium. Is he my idol? Gah, baby, very gah. Austin, stay away from me. Mag break. Alright guys, be good, be well. I will be your RB. Talk about some conspiracies. Sorry. Hope no one died of old age waiting. Ah. Oh, I should have got a pickle. That's a great idea. Hold on, I'm going to be right back again for an hour. Just kidding. Did you know that Game Boys aren't real and are a psyop? I did know this. I know all the psyops. Israel created a shell company, it's called Nintendo, just so they could make Game Boys for Palestinian targets and blow them up. Only took 10 years. We're all 10 years older. Welcome, everybody. You know, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, CBS, etc. are all owned by the same company, so why would they spout hateful rhetoric about each other? Hold on, so let's dig into this a little bit. Is this true? Let's fart check this real quick. That's a common misconception. Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, CBC, and the other major TV networks are not all owned by the same company. Here's how it actually breaks down. Fox News is owned by Fox Corporation, controlled by the Murdoch family. CNN, owned by Warner Brothers Discovery. MSNBC, and NBC News, owned by Comcast through NBC Universal. CBS News, owned by Paramount Global, formerly Viacom. ABC News, owned by the Walt Disney Company. Isn't Fox owned by Disney as well? Why have I forsaken Justin? Because he didn't share his skincare routine with me. Good question. The confusion comes from Disney-Fox deal in 2019. Here's the nuance. Disney did buy a huge chunk of 21st Century Fox in 2019, including 20th Century Fox movie studios, Fox Searchlight, and many international TV assets, but Fox News Channel, Fox Business, Fox Broadcasting TV Network, and Fox Sports in the U.S. were not part of that sale. Oh. These stay with the Murdoch family under a new company called Fox Corporation. That's an entity that owns Fox News today. So Disney owns the family and entertainment studio side of the old Fox. Do you have the Murdoch family Wikipedia? Alright, let's check it out. History. Devious. Okay, anyways. I don't know what's going on, guys. Isn't it weird? Isn't it all of it strange? You wake up every day and you just eat shit and they poop it out. Oh, can I submit a story about a cult my parents and I are in? Fully legit worldwide thing that you can Google. I can Google it. Yeah, let's read submissions at gmail.com. That would be fantastic. Australian cults sound pretty interesting. I'm just here for the readings. No worries, I'm sorry. Sometimes we get a little sidetracked, you know what I'm saying? They made the movie Frozen to stop people from Googling if Walt's body was cryo-frozen to be revived or something like that. That's funny. I wonder if they can bring him back. I wonder if we'll see Walt Disney back here soon. Hey, one thing before I go to bed. You look like a chill dude and I sub too. Thanks, dude. I am rather chill. So the absolute weirdest crap happened to my grandpa a few years ago. I got the call the next day, but this is what he tells me happened, and based on what I found, I don't think the old man's confused. He's a bit of a vulnerable old lad, but he's still in possession of his senses. Now, it was late at night, and there was a knock at his door. Granddad lives alone ever since Nan died after she fell in front of a speeding lorry. Now, he was there, and it kind of messed him up, and ever since, Granddad, who was an agnostic for most of his life, has been looking to find faith. And that's why when these two young Mormon chicks arrived at his door, telling him that he'd arranged a meeting with them, he didn't really question it. He just figured his memory had slipped and maybe it was normal for them to show up at 8 p.m. Now, this was before the movie Heretic had come out, and trust me, this isn't similar to that plot at all, I promise. Granddad didn't try and lock these chicks in his house or anything. Instead, he made them a nice cup of herbal tea and they sat down and chatted for a while. One thing Granddad... Hey, Mira, what's up? What's up, dog? What up, dog? Snoop Dogg and dog. I used to be frightened and intimidated by Joel, but now I know that you don't bite. You are the bee's knees. Really? You were intimidated by me? Little old me. With my chompers. I don't even know where I heard it, but I remember laughing when I did, and part of me believes it too. Whatever it is, I'm on board. Can you imagine waking up from cryo-death now and be like, oh my god, yeah, I'm alive, then look around and immediately be like, for this? Can you refreeze me for... Just makes me think of the Family Guy episode. Put me back in. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he comes out the other end because he's so wealthy. Like, I mean, if you were a Disney level... I mean, the question is, though, would they even unfreeze him? Unless he was like some sort of religious figure, right? They should start a cult that's based around like Disney's head. Does that exist? A secret like Disney cult that literally is trying to resurrect Walt himself. He's almost like kind of like an Antichrist return incarnate type thing. But Joel reads his little stories. His little tiny stories that he keeps in the palm of his hand in a locket around his neck. Stay out of this, Joel, and just read your little stories. We'll assassinate anybody who disagrees with us, alright? You just read your little stories. You know about the poop parties in Dubai? Know about them. I was invited. I'm currently knee-deep in shit recording these stories right now. Just in, like, underneath a porta potty. 15 Saudi men are just dropping logs on me every 15 minutes. That's what's been so frustrating. It's really hard to... I mean, thankfully, there's so much shit down here, it's very sound dampening. The room comes pre-treated. Joel has to at all times have an emotional support story just for backup, handwritten on paper in his back pocket. Written in Braille. I can feel it against my ass. It's not acne. Do I know Southern Cannibal? Yeah. Are you a Southern Cannibal, Southern Canny fanny? Southern Canny fanny. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, dude, I saw a really funny, like, Disney adult breakdown. Did I talk about this? Where it showed, like, how much the Disney adult person was, like, eating. It was awesome. It was, like, something like 5,500 calories in, like, a day. And then the amount of money they spent was, like, probably, like, $1,000 worth of food. It was so awesome. I was so jealous. I can only imagine how incredibly chafed they are at all times. Only two storytellers I'm sub to, you and Southern Canny. Well, and Wanzi Entertainment, where I found both of you. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Can you have that money? You may not. You may be eaten by this Disney adult, but you may not have any money. Diddyland. Go to Disneyland. Alright. One thing Granddad told me was that they didn't really seem particularly educated on Mormonism. The more they talked, and Granddad's always been a theologically curious man, even in his agnostic days, the more he got the impression that these girls either didn't really understand the church that they were a part of, or simply didn't care. Sure, they had the literature, pamphlets, and things, but they weren't really able to describe anything that was in them. They simply suggested that they leave the reading material with Granddad and he could make up his own mind. Now, I've dealt with Mormons before. One of my best friends, Chris, is a Mormon, and I know firsthand that Mormons can be very passionate about their church and their beliefs, especially the ones that go door to door trying to convert people. Granddad knew this too, and despite his age and the fact that he was slowing down, this started to ring alarm bells for him. The girls were called Emily and Bella, I guess, and Bella started asking Granddad about Nan and what had happened to her. And of course, being an old fella who's prone to trips down memory lane, this led him to talk at length about his wonderful, beautiful wife Evelyn and the tragedy that took her from us. At the beginning of his story, Emily excused herself to use the bathroom. Granddad got into it, sharing tales of him and Nan, talking Bella's ear off, and eventually the grandfather clock, sorry. Is Battlefield 9 going to be a good game? It looks okay. You feel like you need like a pretty decent PC. Yeah, it looks alright. I mean, I don't know, I feel like I played it before, if that makes sense. Like, watching the gameplay play out, I'm like, I feel like... And it's so weird now that I totally missed so many fucking Battlefield games since Battlefield 3. I don't think I've touched a single Battlefield game since Battlefield 3 other than like maybe watching some stuff. But it's weird to think that all of the previous ones before Battlefield 6 all look kind of... I mean, I know they're all from the same engine and whatnot, but it's wild to think like how many there were in total. 4 was peak. I heard 4 was like the best. It's wild to me that I just like didn't even know it existed. Joel, you know what tomorrow is? Tyler will be in court tomorrow. Tyler, the creator? Are they really expediting his court sentence? The Tyler Robinson guy that fast? What are they even gonna... Yeah, I heard Battlefield 1, Tyler the Destroyer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't tell TikTok about that nickname. Hey, I said something. Where did you say it? I don't see it. Battlefield 4 had one of the best stories in modern setting. Interesting. That might actually be fun to go back and play it. I don't know. It's just weird. Like all these ones like Hardline, Battlefield 1, Battlefield 2042, Battlefield 4, what the fuck was Battlefield 5? Was that a thing? I don't know. There's so many and they all just like look like carbon copies. It's like, we think we need a fucking upgrade, fellers. Also, I've gotten messages. I mean, Mormon people are pretty nice, but I gotten messages before, like people correcting me, like, "Hey, Joel, just so you're aware, it's not called Mormon anymore. It's called LDS." I don't quite know what specifically they prefer. Just so you're aware, we will fucking cut your throat in the name of Allah if you don't fucking say it right. Eventually, the grandfather clock chimed at 9:30 p.m., and Granddad realized that Emily had been in the bathroom for almost half an hour. He paused his storytelling and asked Bella if her friend was okay. Bella waved it away and said it was normal. Emily usually spent a while in the bathroom and not to be concerned. Granddad wasn't having that, though, and I'd drummed into him over and over about scammers and weirdos, and he was already suspicious of these two ladies who were claiming that he'd booked an appointment with them. He argued that no, he would feel more comfortable if he went to check on Emily, and Bella clearly started to panic. Even though he was an old man with a cane, Granddad has a presence, especially a few years ago when he still lived by himself. Bella had no choice but to let him push past her and go find Emily. Emily wasn't in the bathroom. She was in his bedroom, sort of wandering around, looking at things, studying photos. Nothing inappropriate or anything he could accuse her of, but enough that Granddad really didn't want her poking around and asked the pair of them to please leave. Weirdly, they were almost too happy to go, and they left a bunch of pamphlets and literature for him to read when they'd gone. He went to sleep and had a pretty fitful night. He spent the night dreaming about hell, he says, and he kept waking up convinced that someone was in the room with him, and the "Lord will save you" kept bouncing around in his head. The next day, he called me over and told me everything. I was baffled. We searched the bedroom, and it didn't seem like they'd stolen anything, but I found a little black speaker stuck under one of the shelves. And then there was another by the headboard of his bed, and a third stuck inside a bedside drawer. They didn't seem to do anything, though, and they didn't appear to be listening devices. They were just speakers. Now next, I looked at the literature they left behind. The girls had told Granddad that they were Mormons, but this literature certainly didn't belong to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Instead, it was a strange fringe offshoot of the Latter-day Saints, purely local, and based on a quick Google search, they were not held in very high regard at all by our local Mormon population. In fact, a handful of former members said that they were basically a cult that tried to convince other people to make the church sole beneficiaries of their wills. One common through line that I found with a few people who talked about this extremely fringe church is that their frail elderly relatives had all talked about having dreams in which the Lord then... Damn it, mate, I was so close. Mormon supremacist propaganda. Really giving heretic. It seems like heretic, but in reverse. Like the girls are the ones up to no good. I love when Mormons call other Mormons variant cults, yeah. So weird every day we just kind of go through not knowing what the fuck's going on or where we're going. Do you think there's anyone that just like wholeheartedly knows what's happening? And those are the ones that are in charge of the world? Did Planted Echo show speakers around his room so they can read him bedtime stories? Yes. Yes. Higher beings. Higher beings. How do you record it? Not disrupt your recording when you're talking to chat. So I have one that's talking to you right now. You hear this? Boop, 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 boop. And then I have a mic above that that has a remote control that I start and stop my recording, and it keeps it in the SSD, not SSD, a SanDisk. A SanDick card. A Sandy Dick card. That then I connect to my computer as like a drive to upload all the files to Sony Vegas and edit later. Time flies. I got two mouths. Talk out the side of my mouth here. How's it going, sweetheart? I'm gonna read you these stories. Hopefully I don't lose my mind. Okay. One common through line I found with the few people who talked about this extremely fringe church is that their frail elderly relatives had all talked about having dreams in which the Lord told them that the path of the church was righteous. So he even said angels were speaking to them. Oh, fuck. Some even said angels were speaking to them. I had a theory. That night I stayed over at Granddad's. He slept in the spare room and I stayed in his room working on my laptop until the early hours. And sure enough, at 1 a.m., the 3 hidden speakers cracked into life. And they were simple pre-recorded messages telling the recipient that the end of world... Alright, cock and balls. Cock and balls, mate. He's all cock, no balls. This guy's all cock, no balls. Is that a British saying? All balls, no cock. He's all balls, no cock. Or vice versa. Sure enough, at 1 a.m., the 3 hidden speakers crackled into life. They were simple pre-recorded messages telling the recipient that the end of the world was nigh, and they secured... No cock, no balls, eh? Why? No cock, no balls, eh? Come on, let's see 'em. No cock, no balls. They were simple, pre-recorded messages telling the recipient that the end of the world was nigh, and they could secure their place in heaven by joining this fringe church and signing over their worldly goods to them. It's a pretty known scam, but I never heard of one that actually uses audio props and targets elderly folk in such a sinister way. Obviously, we called the authorities and they took the speakers away and interviewed members of the church. No members of the church matched the description that Granddad gave of Emily and Bella, so our theory is that they hired actors and crooks to play these roles. Rolls-Royce. No members of the church matched the description Granddad gave of Emily and Bella, so our theory is that they hired actors and crooks to play these roles, just so the church could deny all knowledge. Sadly, the investigation never went anywhere, and while Granddad avoided being a victim, I'm sure that there were other vulnerable old people who joined the cult, church, and spent the last days of their lives in poverty, waiting for a salvation that would simply never come. Damn, that was a cold outro. Zam. Is it bad for Sam's dick to be free? What? You're right in me head, mate. Okay, we're gonna read the outro now, guys. Guys, is there anything you want me to talk about before I go tonight? I'm addicted to your attention. I've created an unhealthy relationship with everyone here, and you're all pregnant. Have some crisps. Have a bucket of crisps. That'd be kind of funny if, like, at the movie theater, instead of popcorn in the UK, they have crisps. Any dating prospects? Who knows, bro? Who knows what's going on? What happened to the 9-hour stream? We're on 5. We got 4 more to go. Can we make it? How about conspiracy theories I believe in? I don't know, man. You just get in trouble if you talk about that stuff, right? Everybody's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You think a thing that the TV box didn't tell me to think? What the fuck? You're supposed to only think what is in that book and is what is in that box. Everyone loves roasting people from the UK. It doesn't mean I don't love them. I roast them because I want them to get better. Mermaids, aliens, moon landing. I definitely think the Earth is probably hollow, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know about, like, just some big fucking stupid-ass pile of, like, molten nickel or whatever existing in the center. Like, it's probably a lot more like the Godzilla movies where where Godzilla was able to traverse across the planet. How could you think that? I'm a hollow earther. I don't know, it just seems like that would make more sense. Just like it's just a bunch of fucking matter that exists and has created an atmosphere or whatever, and like there's just like a bunch of tube systems. Conspiracy theory 1. The world keeps trying to convince your mind that it's real. Of course, all external sensory input would try to reinforce external sensory input. Yeah, I don't know. The people who like think that there was like a civilization on Mars long ago, they also seem to believe that these Martians are kind of like stuck in an ever ongoing like reincarnation system, and that there's just like no way to really escape it. And that's like the holographic reality concept. You know about uploaded intelligence? No, I don't. Tell me about it. World War III is back on the market. Russia sends drones to Poland. U.S. big mad. I don't know. Supposedly the drones were sent by Ukraine or something like that as like a false flag. I'm just speculating. But I remember it was like Belarus that had like warned Poland about it. So you would think Belarus, being like a Russian ally, wouldn't like warn them about it's external from the fact that they know that they're trying to get baited into some type of larger conflict. Is the government hiding aliens from us? I don't know, man. Maybe the aliens were here and now the government's like, oh, we got all this cool technology. Let's use it against our beloved people. What's Article 4? What's NATO doing? IDK. Like how flat earthers prove themselves wrong with their own science. Yeah, I never really looked into flat earth stuff. But it is very strange, like when you just talk about like just different ideas that are just abstract and strange. Like, does anyone even really actually give a shit that someone thinks the earth is flat? Like, do you really care? Like, who cares? Flat girther. They got a smushed wiener. Like, sometimes it's weird to like think of like just like some Redditor fucking typing on their keyboard. You fucking idiot. You idiot. Stupid as Diddy. Why do you think that thing? Why were you thinking that thing that you think? Don't you think the way I think? Did Pilates just say my core is crying? How do I fix the soreness? There's this one stretch called like what the hell is it called? The Cobra stretch. You might be able to do a Cobra stretch and feel a little bit better in the abs. My question is, if we have magma underneath in a metal core, why aren't any other planets built like that? What if we determined that other planets don't have like those cores? Meek Mouse Hollow House. I don't know. I have no clue. You could be amazed at how angry they get over reality. They get so pissed because the earth is round. I don't know, man. Why do people get so mad? Mad about everything. Mad about this, mad about that. No matter what they do, I get in trouble. Some folks can't just sleep at night knowing somebody else is being stupid on the internet. It seems like a recipe for ulcers. Yeah. How does the planet become a metal-cored, magma-coated apple planet? It's a great point. I have no idea. It's weird sometimes, the hubris that we have as like people just thinking we just get it all. It all makes sense. It all makes sense, and it will make forever sense. But I'm sure I sound like a dummy. Joel, smash or pass? Who am I smash? Oh yeah, give me some smash. Those are easier questions than like unraveling the fabric of reality. Give me some smash or passes. I believe the earth is a Pringle can that you can stick your wiener in. Depends on how far you are in the sun, we end up being the most livable one. I get irrationally upset when people will worry about planetary science. It's a character flaw, I suppose. People are wrong about planetary science. Oh yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I'm not really into WWE, but I think it's cool. Jennifer Aniston or Jack Black? Jennifer Aniston. Did you ever see her in fucking... she was always beautiful. But I just remember one of the first movies seeing her in was fucking... What was that? Like Leprechaun 1. Fucking drop dead. Kate Beckinsale. Kate beckons a sail. Snow White. Absolutely smooshed. I think, what's her name? Who's the Israeli actor that's like terrible at acting? I forget her fucking name. Gal Gadot. I think she's really beautiful, but she's, I don't know, some of the shit, she's like, needs to go back to school. Anna Taylor, smash. Jennifer Lopez, smash. Gal Gadot, smash. We're just smashing Hollywood left and right. Boom, boom, boom. Rubber stamping. Straight up pissing off Reddit, baby. Underworld series was my all-time favorite. I need to watch all those. Those were sick. Sydney Sweeney Todd. Oprah or Gail? Who's Gail? Oprah was beautiful back in the day. I guess she still is, maybe. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. And there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsread... What the fuck am I doing? I should just stop it there. That should just be it. And there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. It's kicking butt, and I think you should check it out. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. Whoopi Goldberg. Look out, Hollywood. We're straight up raw dogging. Haagen-Dazs chocolate peanut butter. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sounds lovely. The sun has an orbit around the center of the galaxy, and the planets chase the sun and makes our orbits more like a spiral. A spiral. Oh, like with our varying orbit distances or something. Chat, is the sun blue, yellow, or orange? Did anyone think of something funny to say at the end before we go? Class, have we thought about anything? Not a conspiracy theory for you. Why do African schoolgirls in Oprah's African schools go missing? Oh, God. That's what I saw that, and I was like, or I've heard of that kind of stuff before. And then whenever I heard Mr. Beast is like this big, almost billionaire philanthropist, and then he's just like starting these schools, I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Here comes the organ harvesting accusations. Not saying that's the case by any means. It's all fictional, made-up reality, and none of that would ever happen. Haagen-Dazs chocolate peanut butter. Yeah, that's done. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Haagen-Dazs chocolate peanut butter. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, the earth isn't flat. It jiggles. That one's good too. We'll have to decide in post. Die Antwoord. I don't know. We'll figure it out, guys. Don't worry. We will stop the globalists from doing all the shit they've been doing forever and with completely unimpeded. We'll be the ones. As long as we keep talking about stuff on the internet and essentially doing nothing objective, reality will change. You should do your best Pink Floyd impression of, if you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? If you don't eat your meat. I just remember it was always like sort of whispered. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? Alright, I got nothing good to say anymore. I love and appreciate you guys. I will look up Andrew D. Chumbly. Write the flirp now. My throat is sore. The throat goat is out. Follow my... we'll get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there. And then it'll be out on YouTube, 9 p.m. EST. Try to watch it right when it comes out. It really helps the video get a good trajectory. That's always awesome. And then, follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live over there if you don't get the notifications over here. Otherwise, guys, stay safe. Love you, appreciate you. Thanks for being awesome. And listen to people, right? Have a conversation. You might even make a friend.